Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bill Helmick. We are at the 17th World Sub-Junior Powerlifting Championships and the 35th World Junior Powerlifting Championships, IPF. We're getting ready to kick things off here. Our first lifter is going to be from the Ukraine. I apologize in advance, ladies and gentlemen. My pronunciation for some of the names is going to be remiss in many instances. Vladislav Kinishchuk from Ukraine. Keep in mind these are all junior and sub-junior lifters, which means that they are between the ages of 14 through 18 and 19 through 23. First lifter, Vladislav Kinishchuk from Ukraine. He's opening up at 150 kilos, 330 pounds. Opening squat. All of these lifters will be competing equipped. So you'll notice they're wearing knee sleeves. They also have on, gets the squat command from the chief referee. Chief referee is Mike Zawolinsky from the United States. And the lift is good, 3 white lights. We'll now take the bar to 170 kilos from Arai Kazuma from Japan. There are 32 countries here at the World Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships. Countries all over the world here. Bar is loaded. You'll hear 2 commands in the squat and rack. When they say the bar is loaded, the lifter has 1 minute to get the squat command. Arai is a junior lifter from Japan. The previous lifter was the sub-junior. I will try and remember to announce whether they're sub-junior or junior. Gets the squat command from Mike Zawolinsky. Made very, very good depth on that squat. And gets 3 white lights, good lift. Now we take the bar to 175 kilos, 385 pounds for Cordarius Harris from the United States. 175 kilos. Bar is loaded. Harris has been competing for 3 years. He is 16 years old. Harris this is a sub-junior. There are 4 lifters from throughout the world in the sub-junior category. USA, Japan, Russia, and Ukraine. It's the squat command. And the rack command, as I said earlier, there are 2 commands at the squat. And there are, when you see the light board up there, if there is a red light, right below the red light there will be a colored circle. And the color will indicate the reason for the red light. In that case, he was given a blue card, and the chief referee indicated that it was his knees were not locked. You have to lock your knees both at the start or commencement and at the completion of the lift. You have to lock your knees in both instances. Notice, however, though, that was only 1 red light, so therefore it was a good lift, 2-1. Marchev, Ilya Marchev from Russia, 175 kilos also sub-junior lifter. He has a sumo stance, wide stance, and the referees say 3 white lights, good lift. We now take the bar to 180 kilos. Bar is loaded for Ryo Matsuzaki from Japan. Matsuzaki. 180 kilos. The lifters, once they get the bar loaded command, they have 1 minute to get the start command, which means the side referees have indicated that the lifter is in the correct lifting position. You notice the side referees have their hand up. That's to indicate if they feel that he's in or not in the correct position. Gets the start command. And the referees say, yes, 3 white lights. All of the sub-juniors made their opening attempts. We're now going back to the junior class, and Trey Chapman from the United States is your next lifter at 185 kilos. Trey is a student, has also been competing 3 years. His personal best at this is 197.5, so he's about 12 kilos down below his personal best. .9 pounds, gets the start command. Nice looking squat. Very good control. Referees say yes, 3 white lights. Now we'll move the bar up to 190 kilos for Georgy Klimenko from Russia. 190 kilos, 418 pounds. Georgie is 22. The juniors go up to age 23. So 19 through 23 will be your juniors. 18 and under will be your sub-juniors. .190 kilo lift. Each of the red plates weighs 25 kilos or 55 pounds. The blue plate weighs 20 kilos or 44 pounds. And the lifter is given instructions by the chief referee, needs to stand erect. That's one of the rules. Replaces the bar. He still has 10 seconds. And the side referees did not drop their arms, which means that the lifter was not in the correct starting position. In this case, he wasn't able to get a start command, therefore that is considered a no lift. You'll notice that the yellow circles underneath the red, that's the number 3 card. That means a no lift. We now take the bar to 192.5 kilos, 424 pounds for Dalton Lacoe from the United States of America. Dalton is a former world junior champion, both raw and equipped. Dalton has an incredible deadlift that you'll see later on this morning. Locks his knees, gets the start command, and that made that one look easy. Very good looking squat. Referees say yes, 3 white lights. Now we download the bar. We'll now start on second attempts for Vladislav Kinishchuk from the Ukraine will be our next lifter, sub-junior lifter. Sub-junior in this, both of these groups, junior and sub-junior, are in the 53 kilo weight class, which is approximately 116 pounds.
Guys, loaded for Kinishchuk Rostislav, Ukraine, 162.5 kilo.
162.5 kilos. He moved up 12.5 kilos from his opening attempt. That's a fairly strong jump. Felt confident at that. A lot of times at this weight class, you'll see jumps in the 7.5, 10 kilo range. We're now at 358 pounds.
Squat.
Gets the start squat command from the chief referee. And no lift. There will be a little break for the moment while we clean the platform.
3 minutes break.
Small break while they clean the platform off. Actually, this is not as uncommon as one might think for have a lifter upchuck, as they say.
We have a technical break for 5 minutes.
And they will now give the spotter loaders an opportunity to clean the platform. They will then load it for Cordarius Harris from the USA. He will be taking 185 kilos, 408 pounds for Cordarius. Cordarius is also a sub-junior lifter. 53 kilo weight class. All of the lifters, both the junior and the sub-junior. As a referee, it's happened to me in the past where there's been a lifter vomit, and you're straining so hard that the muscles in your core, you have a weak valve in your stomach, and it just comes up, and there comes breakfast all over again. They're taking a 5-minute break to clean the platform here while we get the platform ready. They're taking their time, though, to get the platform clean. And I'm joined by Heinrich.
Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, had quite a session so far this morning.
I was commenting that it's not uncommon to have that happen. It's happened to me before as chief referee.
Yeah.
I had one of the lifters vomit on me. And, you know, the people asked me a question after it was over with. What color light did you give him? And I said, I have no idea. I wasn't looking at him.
Yeah, sometimes at that point you forget a little bit what's going on.
Yeah.
But I've seen this happen a few times, and where actually still lifters actually did get those lifts.
Yes.
Still a good lift.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's...
There was a U.S. lifter that I remember that was very, very good, and he actually had to have surgery to take care of the valve, which he had a weak valve.
Yeah. But, you know, with the pressure of, you know, the reps and the suits and so on.
Yes, on the diaphragm and on the stomach, yeah.
Yeah, so we're just going to have a few minutes break here so the spotters and loaders can clean up the platform.
One of the things that this affects, of course, as you might well know, is the lifter who follows this, in this case, Cordarius Harris, he was already wrapped and in his suit, and they have to unwrap him, unwrap his knee wraps, take his straps down, loosen his belt, and then he'll have to rewrap and get ready again.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't affect him, but because this is World Championships, they do train for everything, every little thing that, you know, might go wrong, that's different from what they're used to.
And they're used to the sequence as well, the timing, the interval between lifts. They're used to that being roughly about a minute and 30 seconds, minute and 15 seconds. And now all of a sudden he's got a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
And he's been standing there. He was waiting for his turn to come up to the platform. He was standing there, and now all of a sudden he's got to go back, unwrap, and the wraps are a little tight. Was
Yeah.
that an understatement? I remember the very first time I had knee wraps put on my knees. I didn't even try to bend my knees. I was just take them off, take them off, take them off.
The first time it happened to me, I just tried to breathe.
Yeah. I actually had one guy wrap my knees once and my feet went numb. You can't.
Yeah.
You can. It's that tight. And the knee wraps will give you a rebound, so they are a benefit.
But it does take training. It's not where you just put them on and suddenly you can go squat, you can do something. All of these, with the equipment, the wraps, and even the belt and so on, you have to train with that. It's not magically happens.
And in that context, you don't put your knee wraps on for the first time at the meet or your suit for the first time at the meet. You have to have been trained in this, which meant that the lifters have probably been wearing gear now for probably 4 to 5, maybe 6 weeks.
But even this is sub-juniors and juniors. Even though they are still young and competing, they already have quite a few years of experience in already. So this is not new lifters.
No. And I noticed that when they were doing some of the bios on some of the sub-juniors even, some of the sub-juniors already had 3 years of experience.
Yeah.
And the juniors probably as much as maybe 6 years experience. So these are not, this isn't, as they say, this isn't their first rodeo.
I mean, if you look at the juniors, if it's the last year of a junior, they already have 8, 9 years worth of training in.
Yeah. The juniors will go, as I mentioned earlier, the juniors will go up to 23 years old, which meant they could have been doing this for as much as...
Even from level 14.
14, yeah. So they could have been doing it theoretically for 9 years.
Yeah. But when they switch from junior to open, there's such a big gap in the numbers.
And keep in mind then that they're going from a junior level to competing with an open lifter who might have been doing this for 20 or 30 years almost.
Yeah.
Because some of the open lifters will compete in the open division even up into their master's age bracket.
Yeah. But you get the selective few juniors that goes to open level, they do quite well. I would have to think last year world junior champion was Charles Poco from USA.
Oh, Poco,
I mean,
yes.
he's a sub-junior and he just competed at the World Games
in
medal,
Poland.
in medal. Yeah, and he's a sub-junior.
Yeah.
It just shows this really is the future of powerlifting. Sub-juniors and juniors.
When you look at Charles, he's a little tiny person, but boy, is he muscular. Okay, now comes Cordarius Harris from the USA. He moved up 10 kilos for his second attempt, moved up to 185. His first attempt looked really pretty easy. Gets the squat command from the chief. Looked a little hesitant there and is reaching for depth, but he gets 3 white lights.
Yeah.
In this case, this is kind of an indication that he hasn't got a lot of experience because you'll notice his coach was telling him down, down, down. He should know that, muscle memory. He should realize where it is without having to have a signal from the coach.
All right, I'm going to leave you for a few minutes.
Already? You just got here. Okay.
I do my other media work. I'll be
Heinrich
back
is
this
on the
week
media team for everybody out there, and they're responsible for doing the live streaming and the photos.
Yeah, go look on Facebook. You'll see some of the work, some of the stills we're going to have from this week. Join our Facebook page, Instagram, Twitter. You'll see more there.
Thank you. Thank you, Heinrich. I'm glad he gave you a little plug there for the media, too. Okay, Ilya Marachev from Russia, 185. He also took a 10-kilo jump. Again, another sub-junior. He has a wide stance. Nice looking squat. Nice looking squat. And the referees say yes, 3 white lights. Now we bump it up to 187.5.
Jump from the third to the second place. You do that.
So far, best squat. This will be best squat right now sitting in the sub-juniors. Looks like it's going to be about 190 kilos. And Dalton Lecoe will move up to 205 in the second attempt. 413 pounds for Kazuma Arai from Japan. He took a 17.5 kilo jump. That is a big jump for a second attempt. Very, very big jump. Keep in mind a 20 kilo jump would be 33 pounds, so he took almost a, say, 29 pound jump for this. That's a huge jump. These lifters all weigh about 116 pounds. Nice, way deep. Good control, good depth, really good depth. 3 white lights for the referees. Now we go for Georgy Klimenko from Russia. Will be, and Georgy, the last, if you'll recall, in his last attempt, his first attempt, he had to replace the bar twice because the side referees did not give him the correct starting position command. They didn't drop their arms, and he had to replace the bar at the instructions of the chief referee. So he had a no lift on his first lift. Now you look at the side referees. Side referees are from Japan and Belarus, and they will have their arms raised. And the arms raised they'll drop their arm when they feel that the lifter is in the correct position, which means knees locked, standing erect, and they did drop their arms. He gets the squat command. And nice looking lift. And the referees say, yep, 3 white lights. Okay. He came back, redid his opener, made it look really good. Okay. Now we're going to do the first place position for Ryo Matsuzaki from Japan. Will take 190 kilos, 418 pounds from Japan. You notice they walk a little funny. That's because those knee wraps are so tight. Of course, when you put 419 pounds on your back, it helps you get down. Side squat command. And gets the rack command. As I said earlier, there's only 2 commands, 3 white lights. There's only 2 commands in the squat. There are 3 commands in the bench, and there is only 1 command in the deadlift. Trey Chapman for the USA will be your next lifter. He'll take it up to 192 kilos, 424 pounds. You'll notice the spotter loaders now are moving the rack supports in. The reason the lifter does that oftentimes is so that when they step back, the weights don't click or clip the supports, because a lot of times they'll step backwards a little bit sideways so that the weight goes back. This way, there's nothing hindering the weights. Gets the squat command. And look strong. Look very strong. And 3 white lights for Trey Chapman. All right, now we go to Dalton Lecoe, 205 kilos. This will put Dalton firmly in first place in the squats. This is a lift of 452 pounds, 452 for Dalton. Dalton took a 12.5 kilo jump. About 25-pound jump for his second attempt here.
Followed by Kinney, Shook, and Ally. Come on, keep big hand. He is fighting here to get the first place. Come on.
And Dalton's his opening attempt was 192.5. Now he jumped it up to 205, which will put him about 12.5 kilos ahead of second place. Gets the squat command. And that looked very solid. Locks his knees up. Lifters have to have their knees locked both at the commencement and the completion of the lift. And 3 white lights for Dalton, sitting in first place in the junior division. And we'll now go back down to the sub-junior. Third attempts for the sub-junior. Ladislav Kinachuk will be your lifter. He's 17 years old. He's a sub-junior, but he's still been competing for 4 years. He started when he was 13 years old. You start in international competition, you start lifting at 14, so 14 through 18 is your sub-junior division, and 19 through 23 is your junior division. So, pretty fair amount of experience despite the fact that he's only 17 years old. All right, 358 pounds here for Radoslav Kinishuk from Ukraine. Side referees give a command. And he locks it out, and the referees say, yes, yes, 3 white lights. Good lift. Okay, now we move the bar to 195 kilos, going back into the junior division. You'll notice there on the side profile view, you can see whether their knees are locked when you see that side view on the screen. We're now moving the bar to 195 kilos. The green plates, by the way, are 10 kilos or 22 pounds. As I said, wait.
Fighting for the silver medal at the moment here in squat 195 kilos. Japanese, come on, let's go, Japan!
And the rack height has to be adjusted before the lifter can get on the platform. And
we have to restart at the 5, please.
Restarts the clock. When the lifter does not get bar loaded command until the rack height and the plates are loaded correctly. In this case, they had to restart the clock because they had to change the rack height there. Good view of the D-wraps earlier there. Oh, very, very deep, and no lift. He got it. He sat back in it to get him to be able to use the suit. When you sit back in the suit gives you a little bit of a rebound effect. So that's why he was sitting back. But in that case, he sat back just a little bit too far and went over backwards on it. So he'll come back. Well, actually, I apologize. That was his last one. Georgy Klimenko will be your next lifter from Russia. Bar stayed the same at 195. All they had to do was change the rack height. 195 kilos. And he grinds it out. And I'm thinking, yes, this is going to be, yep, it was. It was a good lift. Good lift. Good looking lift. One of the things that the referees are looking for on the squat is the depth. And if they don't make depth, that's going to be not only a failed lift, but it'll show right below the red light, it'll show a red card or a red circle with a number 1 in it. That indicates that the lift did not make depth. The depth rule is that the crease in the hip, right at the hip joint as you bend your hip, has to be below the top of the knee. So that's what you look for. And they're going to say that was a good depth. Also, yep, that's good lift, good lift. Okay, leave it at 195, the last 3 lifters. So when you look at it on the side view there, you're looking at the lifter, the top of his knee has to be above, or vice versa, the crease in his hip has to be below the top of the knee. Chief referee Mike Zawalinski says bar is ready for Ilya Matachev, age 15. This makes Ilya one of the youngest lifters here. And ironically, almost all the junior and sub-junior lifters will be students. At that age, that's pretty much a given. After we complete this session of squats, we'll go into the 59 kilo division. Very wide stance. I'm not sure he made depth on that one. Let's see what the referees say. Oh, they gave it to him. 3 white lights. It's a little more difficult to judge depth when you have a sumo squat style, because the side referees somewhat are looking straight down the leg rather than from the side, and therefore it's a little harder for them to tell whether the crease in the hip is below the top of the knee. Now we're taking it to 200 kilos for Trey Chapman from the USA. He will be followed by Matsuzaki from Japan, and then Dalton Laco will be your last 3 lifters in the 53 kilo division. Okay, Trey Chapman from the United States, weighed in at about 116 pounds. 440 pounds on it, and no lift. You notice again, right below the red, you see a yellow circle with the number 3 in it. That's indicative of a no lift. Okay, now we're going to take the bar to 200 kilos also for Matsuzaki from Japan. Ryo Matsuzaki, 200 kilos, also 440 pounds. And then we will go to our last lifter in the 53 kilo session, Dalton Laco.
Followed by Lactors USA and Tsuchiya from Japan.
This will put Ryo into the lead in the sub-junior 53 kilo division. Right now you have 2 lifters at 195. If Ryo makes this will put him in the lead. He took a 10 kilo jump over his second attempt. Locks his knees, gets the squat command. And I think he's going to say, yes, that's going to be a good lift. Let's see what the refs say. Yes, it was. Okay, that puts Ryo into the lead in the squats for the sub-junior division. Now we'll go to your current leader, Dalton Lacoe, in your junior division. Dalton Lacoe from the USA, 210 kilos, 463 pounds. 3 reds and a yellow and a 2. Chief referee and giving instructions to the spotter loaders there as to the plate load. 463 pounds. Dalton Lacoe, current leader in the junior division 53 kilo weight class. Boy, did he lock his knees. There you go, Dalton, and he gets 3 white lights. He went 3 for 3. So your leader in the junior division is Dalton Lacoe at 210. Your leader in the sub-junior division is Ryo Matsuzaki with a 200 kilo squat. And now we'll go to the 59 kilo weight class.
For your information, between the squat and bench press, we will have 10 minutes break.
We will see a pretty significant increase in the weight lifted here. We're going to have a couple of lifters lifting around 240, 245 in the junior 59 kilo division. First lifter is going to be Tsuchiya from Japan. A little dip there right at the end, and the referees say, wow. And the one referee gave him a blue card for knees not locked. But it's a good lift, 2-1, 2 white lights.
Bars ready.
Bars loaded for Sadikov Karimzan, Kazakhstan, 165 kilo, followed by Tapia and Kono.
Karimzan Sadikov, Kazakhstan, 16 years old is your lifter. We're at 165 kilos here, 363 pounds. For Karimzan. And that was more than deep enough. And the referees say, yes, that's 3 white lights. Now we're going to 175, 385 pounds. 175 is 3 reds. Not 4. For a moment there, we had a misload.
Bars ready.
Bar is loaded. Brian Tapia from Puerto Rico. 175 kilos, 385 pounds for Brian. We've got a good cheering section for Puerto Rico here. For Brian. Brian requests that they change the rack height, since if the rack was correctly at the correct height according to his card, and he requests that they change it, That means it's on his time, and he only has 1 minute to get the start command. So right now, oh, they restarted the clock. Maybe that wasn't on his card. So he's still got a 1 minute clock.
Squat.
Oh, nice depth. Nice depth. And the referees say yes, 3 white lights. Now we jump up to 246 pounds for Shogo Kono. Shogo Kono from Japan, your next lifter. 202.5 kilos, 446 pounds. These are all first attempts for your 59 kilo weight class, roughly about 129 pounds, 129 point something. We have Japan, Ecuador, USA, Chinese Taipei, Kazakhstan is the countries represented here in the juniors. We have Puerto Rico, Japan, Kyrgyzstan in the juniors, and Kazakhstan in the sub-juniors. And Shogo makes that one look pretty easy. Referees say yes, 3 white lights. Now we're going to go up a little bit. Same. I apologize. Let's see. Sitting here at 210 kilos. $400. Little question there as to what the plate load's going to be.
Ready.
463 pounds, 210 kilos. Yotamura from Japan is your lifter. 210 kilos. Next will be jumping up to around 220 kilos.
Squat.
Little dip at the bottom there. Actually, that's a little bit of an advantage because what it does is you load the suit just kind of rapidly, and it also kind of shows the referee there that, hey, you just went past parallel, you're just below parallel. So kind of a couple of advantages to do that little dip. A little bit of an acceleration. Good rebound effect from the suit. They're now loading the bar to 220 kilos. Put a blue plate on there. Blue plate's 44 pounds.
Center a little bit. Oh, wait, no. Center. No, 2.
Kevin Vila from Ecuador.
Is that tight? Bars ready.
Marcos is your coach.
Followed by Garcia and Grimm.
Ecuador brings a strong team here.
Squat.
Oh, let's see what the referees say. Yes, one referee gave him a depth card on this side. The Japanese referee gave him a depth call. He was a little bit close. It's a judgment call. It's not a black and white. Each referee is given an opportunity to make their own judgment. The coaches can protest a lift if it is a 2-to-1 against them, but they cannot protest a 3 red card. They can only protest 2 red cards, 1 white card. They would then take it to the jury, and the jury would make a render a decision as to whether or not the referees were correct or not. They could either grant a relift or overturn the call of the referees. We're now at 222, 490 pounds, 222.5. Mark Garcia, sub-junior, 490 pounds. Strong looking walkout. Good strong. Oh, that looks solid. That looks good control, good depth, and 3 white lights. Yes, not a problem. That puts Mark Garcia into the lead in the sub-junior division of the 59 kilo. Remember, these are all at about 129 point something pounds. Now we go back to the junior division. We're 240 kilos. We're at 529 pounds now for Logan Grimm from the USA. Have a couple of lifts at 240 kilos, then we'll jump up to 245. Logan Grimm. He's only been competing a couple of years, so he got a good, strong, solid lift here. 529.1 pounds for Logan. Only a 2-year veteran, so this is pretty good numbers here for a fairly new lifter. As I mentioned earlier, we have lifters in the juniors from Ecuador, Japan, Kyrgyzstan, Chinese Taipei, and the USA. And that's a pretty solid looking lift. And yes, okay, 2-to-1 good lift. Okay, again, the side referee from Japan called it on depth. The other 2 referees gave it a good lift, so therefore that is 2-to-1 good lift. As I mentioned earlier, had that been 2-to-1 red, then the coach could have, if they'd chosen to, take it to the jury. Okay. Yosuke Sataki from Japan, also at 240 kilos, same plate load. Right now, these are your 2 leaders in the 59 kilo junior division. We got 2 lifters to follow, both at 245 kilos. And gets the squat command. Again, a little dip right there at the bottom. Load the suit, show the refs, and 3 white lights. Good looking, solid lift. Now we take the bar up to 245 kilos. Water. 245 kilos for, and I am not going to be able to pronounce this one. Akzol Alimbek Ulu. Alimbek Ulu from Kyrgyzstan. I apologize for mispronunciation. 245 kilos. You notice now one of the things that's happened here. Once they get over 500 pounds approximately, you'll normally see 5 spotters. Oh, that looks solid. That looked very, very solid. And that was a good lift. Okay.
225 kilos still on the back.
Now Chinese Taipei comes up. Yi Chung Lin. Bar is loaded.
Lin Yi Chun, Chinese Taipei, 245 kilos, followed by
Lin Yi Chun is 23, so this will be his last year as a junior. He's opening up at 245 kilos. His personal best on the squat is 255 kilos, so he's only 10 kilos right below his personal best. I wouldn't be surprised to see him take that 10-kilo jump, move it up on his second attempt, assuming he makes this one successful. And most of the lifters on their opening attempts will be fairly conservative. Make sure they get their opener in, because you don't want to have to retake your opener. Good, solid-looking walkout, really easy. And referees say, yep, good lift. Okay, I would be expecting to see him jump up at least to 255, maybe even a little higher. Okay, that completes our first attempt at the squat. Currently,
Bar's ready. Next up is Sasha.
Yichun Lin would be your leader in the junior. We now download the bar. Download the bar to 175 kilos will be your next lifter. Junto Tsuchiya from Japan, 175 kilos will be your lifter. Currently, your best lift in the sub-junior division is 222.5 kilos. I notice here he is going to 236. Now, that's an odd number, which means in all probability he's going to be going for a sub-junior 59-kilo world record here. And we have no lift on that one. Looks like he lost his tightness in his back and started around and then lost his form. So, okay, now we're going to stay at 175 for next lifter from Kazakhstan. Karimjan from Kazakhstan. Karimjan Sadikov from Kazakhstan. Get your head up, get your head up, get your head up. Nope. One of the things that's possible, if he had been able to make that, one of the potential calls that could have happened would have been if the referees had felt there was a downward movement of the bar during ascent. But in that case, it was a failure anyway, so that was a moot point. Brian Tapia from Puerto Rico is our next lifter. He's only been competing 1 year, so fairly new. And he's going to be 185 kilo on the bar, 3 reds and a nickel. His best in the squat is 187.5, so he's only 2.5 kilos under his personal best here. You notice there on the screen when they were putting chalk on his back, that's to keep the bar from slipping. It will roll, but it won't, well, at least theoretically, it won't slide. Although at 407 pounds, it may slide anyway.
Squat.
And when he dropped, he got a little bit backwards on that. A little bit sat too far back as he dropped. And no lift. He's got another chance at that lift. Okay, now we're going to take it to 212.5. See him sit back right there? Okay. Once his knees got a little bit too far back, he was, and sitting back in it, he was going to go over backwards. Had he laid over a little bit.
Bars ready.
Bars loaded,
Loaded for
212 and a half.
Japan, 212.5 kilo, followed by Tamura and Villa.
Shogo Kono from Japan is your lifter. 212 and a half kilos. 453 pounds, I believe.
Squat.
And deep, good looking depth. And gets racked. And 3 white lights, yes sir. Okay, now we're gonna go to 220 kilos. Your next lifter from Japan also, Yo Tamura from Japan. $220 kilos, 485 pounds. Yo Tamura. Bar is loaded.
Japan, 220 kilo, followed by Villa and Garcia.
Good, strong looking walkout.
Squat.
Nice little dip at the bottom there, as you saw last time when he lifted. And the referees say yes. Good looking lift. Okay.
232.5 kilo.
And now we go to 232 and a half
Go up. Get on.
for Kevin Villa from Ecuador. 232 and a half kilos.
Say what?
Four reds, 2-1.
Bars ready.
And the bar's loaded, says the chief referee.
232.5 kilo, followed by Garcia and Rim.
Looks like your next lifter will probably be Mark Garcia from the USA Sub-Junior. Maybe that's going to be a world record we might see next here coming up. 232 and a half for Kevin Villa from Ecuador. Nice solid looking lift. Sumo stance, or fairly wide stance, and 3 white lights, yes.
236 kilo.
All right, 236. This is a world record attempt for sub-junior. Sub-junior, 520 pounds, sub-junior. Now, what that means is you're going to see the 235, and then they will put a half-kilo chip on each side for 236 pound or 236 kilo total. He's chipping a world record, which you're allowed to chip it by half a kilo. I'll bet the world record earlier was 235. 520.3 pounds is your weight. Mark Garcia from the USA. This will be a world record attempt, and you have to have referees on the platform that have a had to change out a referee there because the referee from Belarus was testing for her Cat 2, and you have to have already credentialed referees on the side, so they changed out the referee. Mark Garcia is coming up here for a world record attempt. 236 kilos, 520 some pounds. Come on, Mark. Let's see this one. Good lift. 5 spotters, you'll notice here. He had a really strong looking lift on his opener. He only took a 12 kilo jump here. This is not too big a jump.
Squat.
Gets the squat command. Oh, that looked easy. He's got more in him. And I think, yes, that's going to be a good lift. Good lift. World record attempt for Mark Garcia from the USA. Now we go to 250, 551 pounds for Logan Grimm from the United States will be your next lifter. We bump up into the juniors category, and we've got all of the next lifts will be over 250 kilos for all of the next lifters. Bars loaded. 551 pounds for Logan Grimm. He will be followed by Yo Satako from Japan. And then we'll have two lifters at 257.5 kilos. Getting into some big numbers up here for some little people. Remember, all of these lifters only weigh about 129 pounds in the 59 kilo weight class. You have juniors and sub-juniors. You have 5 lifters in the sub-juniors, and you have 6 lifters in the juniors.
Squat.
Logan gets squat command. And that was slow, but let's see what the referees say. Ah, yes, good lift. 2-1. Chief referee called him on depth. 252.5 kilos now. Bumping up 2.5 kilos. Roughly 6 pounds. So 557 pounds roughly. 252.5 for Yosuke Sataki from Japan is your lifter. Then we will jump after this up to 257 kilo. 266 pounds will be your next lift, or 566, excuse me. 200, and gets his squat command. Notice the last 2 lifters from Japan both had that little dip at the bottom there. All 3 referees said high. He didn't get it deep enough when he did the dip. All 3 referees said high, which means in that case then it cannot be appealed to the jury because it has to be a 2-1 against, not 3-0. Okay, your next lifter is going to be from Kyrgyzstan. Akzol Alimbek Ulu. Akzol 567 pounds, 257.5 kilos. Will be your lifter. After the next 2 squats, we will take a 5-minute break, and then we will start the bench competition. 5-minute break in between squats and bench. Oh, that looked good. That looked good. And the referees said, yes, it was good. Okay. That currently puts him into the lead. Right now, your best squat in the sub-juniors is Mark Garcia sitting at 236. That was a world record attempt. I just took a look at Mark's projected 3rd attempt, 240.5. He already set the record at 236. That was a sub-junior record. I don't understand why he is doing a 240.5, which is chipping 240. Kind of an interesting little point there as to what his strategy is. Okay. Yichun Lin from Chinese Taipei, 252.5 kilos. And the referees say, wow, good lift. All right, one more at, now we go down for third attempt. 175 kilos, 385 for Yunto Tsuchiya from Japan. Yunto missed this on his second attempt, retaking it on his third. If you remember, on that last one, he lost the tightness in his back, started back, and then wasn't able to stand erect with the weight. Let's see, let's hope he makes this one this time. Push out on the belt, keep your core tight.
Squat.
Gets the squat command. Nope. Takes a lot out of you when you miss a lift and then have to come back and try it again. So that's a no lift for Yunto. Okay, we will now go to Sadikov from Kazakhstan will be your next lifter. Karibzan Sadikov. Same weight. Now, he missed this also on his second attempt, retaking it on his third. This is 385 pounds. And gets the squat command. Wow. Rapid descent. And he pushes through it. Yeah. And I think he's going to get that one. Ooh. Okay, now you'll notice that's a 2-to-1. If he chooses, he could go to the jury and protest that. The yellow card below the red is indicative that the referees, the chief and the one-side referee, felt that there was a downward movement during ascent. The coach is taking it to the jury, and the jury will confer, and then they will make a determination of whether they agree or they disagree. All right, now we're going to 185 kilos. This will be for Brian Tapia from Puerto Rico. Brian also missed this on his second. He's retaking this one on his third. 407 pounds. And I don't know what the decision of the jury was. It sort of visually looks like they may not have agreed with the decision of the coach. I don't think they upheld the protest. And Brian gets a no lift on that. One of the things that happens when the protest is taken to the jury members will often confer with the referees to find out what their decision was as to why they made that decision. And then they will agree or disagree. Essentially, it's a second chance. The jury did overturn. The jury did overturn the lift for Kazakhstan. He now gets the lift. Now, if you recall, the chief and the side called it a 3 card, which was descent or downward movement during ascent. The jury, after conferring and discussing among themselves and talking with the referees, disagreed, overturned the call. They could have said relift, but it's unlikely that would have been the decision of the jury. Okay, we're now sitting at 222.5 kilos for Kono from Japan. And he struggles through that one. And referee said yes. Okay, now in that case, 2-to-1 good. No need to protest that one because it's a good lift. Okay, we're now going to take the bar to 230 kilos for Yo Tamura from Japan. 230 kilos. He's sitting in second place in the sub-junior 59 kilo weight class. 4 reds and a 2. Bar is loaded. And then Mark Garcia will be coming up at 240.5 for some reason. He will be doing another world record attempt, but I don't understand why he bothered to chip it since he already had the world record. Okay. Little dip, and let's see what the referees say, whether he got it deep enough when he did the dip. And one of the side referees said no, that they felt that it was not quite deep enough, but it was a good lift, 2-1. Okay, now we're doing a world record. And it is a sub-junior world record, so they're putting chips on the bar. In this case, since it's 0.5, 240.5, those are quarter-kilo chips, 0.25 chips on each side, totaling a half a kilo. And Mark Garcia is coming out now. This is, roughly speaking, about 4.5 kilo jump for Mark Garcia. Last one looked pretty strong, so I'd say that this is pretty good probability that Mark might get this one. 240.5 kilos. Mark already has the world record, going after breaking his own world record. Wow, and that looks solid. It wasn't easy. 530 pounds, 3 white lights, sets his own world record again. Sitting pretty solid there. He is your leader in the 59 kilo sub-junior weight class with a 240 kilo. He is followed by Tamura from Japan at 230. Okay, now we move back up into the juniors for the 59 kilo. Now we're sitting at 245 kilos. Bar is ready. Going to see 245, 250s. We'll see a couple of lifts here at 265 kilos. 245 kilos. 539 pounds for Kevin Vila from Ecuador. 12.5 kilo jump. And the referees say yes. And the one call was for depth on the side, but it was good lift, 2-1. Okay, Yusuke Sataki from Japan will be your next lifter at 252.5 kilos. 557 pounds will be your load. 252.5 kilos. Currently sitting in 5th place in the squat. He missed this on his 2nd attempt now, so he's retaking it on his 3rd. Which means then, what's going on here? What may be happening here? No, he is coming out. The reason I was checking things here was that a lot of times the lifter will time out, and if they don't feel like they want to make the lift or don't want to take it or don't think they can take it. And what that does is it gives the lifter that follows them that full minute of weight. Now he's sitting here at 10 seconds. He's only got 10 seconds to get this lift. He's sitting at 5. I think he is going to time out. 2, 1, 0. Time. Yeah. Now, in that case, what happened was that he didn't get ready back in the back in the warm-up room in time. Okay, now we're going to load the bar to 255 kilos. 262 or 562 pounds. 255 kilos, 562 pounds for Logan Grimm. USA. Bar is ready.
255 kilo for Grimm Logan, USA. Followed by Alan Beck and Lin Yu.
Then we'll have 2 more lifters to finish out the squat for the morning session.
Squat.
And nope. Needed it. You saw his knees come together there at the bottom. He needed to keep his knees out, and he lost a little bit of some of his tension in his hips. As soon as your knees come in, you lose the tension in your hips, even with a suit. All right, now we go to Akzul Alimbek Ulu from Kyrgyzstan, 265 kilos. 584 pounds. The last 2 lifters here are both at 265 kilos. If they both make this, then the one that will be in the lead will be the lighter of the 2, which will be Lin from Chinese Taipei, unless one of them makes it and the other one doesn't, then that will. Okay. Akzul Alimbek. Oh, he stood up with that one strong. And referees say yes. 2-1, good lift. 2-1, good lift. Okay, now Yi Chung Lin from Chinese Taipei will be trying the same weight, and if he makes this, Yi Chung Lin is the lighter lifter, which means then that he will be in the lead going into the bench. He will have the best squat going into the bench. He took a 7.5 kilo jump, fairly conservative jump for both of these last 2 lifters. They only took 7.5 kilo jump. That's about a 15-pound jump, fairly conservative. Of course, they're sitting there at 200 or 560 some pounds, so 584 pounds. And that looks strong. And yes, same. Okay, that means that Yi Chung Lin will be your number 1 squatter in the 59 kilo juniors class, followed by Alimbek from Kyrgyzstan. And then we will take a 5-minute break here, and we will go into the bench after the 5-minute break. We will start then with the 53 kilo class in the bench. They will start the clock. I apologize. It's going to be a 10-minute break. Oh, that's different. Normally it's a 5-minute break, but they have put up 10 minutes on the clock. I guess they started the clock as soon as the squat was finished rather than after the platform was clear. So, thank you. We'll see you back here in just a little bit.
Watch Gene cooking us up.
Is that alright, Ray?
What buds?
Yeah.
I don't know yet. Get a little lighting.
Ah.
All right, we got 3.5 minutes, 3.5 minutes to changes. 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, you're doing plates. Do you want to be safe? Yeah.
All right, 5.5 minutes, 5.5 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 seconds. One minute and 30 seconds to make any changes. All right, you have 1 minute.
Hey Rob, how big's the second session? So however long this takes is going to be how long this takes. We have like a 30-minute break. Yeah, we have lunch. Well, no. So this is one session is squat bench.
30 seconds.
This is like 7 minutes. Next session is an afternoon, and it's the same thing. Squat. So everyone in this session is squatting now. They're all doing bench. Yeah, it's just like a little break for them. Yeah.
Okay, no more changes. No more changes.
So we got 255 till we're up.
Referees, please come take your seats. Loadouts, please come back to the stage. 25 seconds to start the competition.
All right, we're getting ready here to start the bench session. Spotters, loaders, referees are all in position now. This will be sub-junior opening. These will be 53 kilo lifters, roughly about 116 pounds. And we're going to be, you'll notice that the side referees have moved over to the back of the platform so that they can see the lifters, whether they are in the correct lifting position. One of the things here that you'll notice when a lot of the calls for the lifter not being in the correct lifting position is going to be whether or not their butt or their feet are going to be in the right position. So you'll see some calls here. It'll be a 3 card if they are not in the correct position. The referees still have to drop their arms to indicate the lifter is in the correct position. Just a handoff.
Start. Press. Back.
Now there are 3 commands in the bench: start, press, rack. Good looking arch by that lifter. The purpose of the arch is to reduce the distance that the bar has to travel, the lifter has to push. The shorter they can make that distance, the less work they have to perform. So they will try and get as much as they possibly can. Kazuma Arai from Japan will be your lifter. 100 kilos, 220 pounds will be the plate load. Now you'll notice on the rack that there is a safety stand on the sides of the platform. Safety stand there is to protect the lifter's safety, obviously. If the bar were to drop out of their hands, it might hit them in the throat. Well, that's what the purpose of the safety stands are for, to prevent that from happening. Look out for the safety of the lifters. There's a ring on the bar, which is 81 centimeters apart, and the lifters will have their hands as wide as they possibly can to be able to get as short a bench stroke as they possibly can as well. And good looking lift. Referees say yes. 3 white lights. Kazuma Arai. Okay. Cordarius Harris will be your next lifter from the USA. And we're taking the bar up to 107.5 kilos. $237.5 pounds.
Bar is ready.
Bar is ready.
107.5 kilo for heavies. Cordarius, USA, followed by Manichev and Kinishu.
As are most of the other lifters here. Cordarius is a student. Now, one of the things the side referees will look at is to whether or not the lifter's feet are flat on the floor. Well, that was easy. That was very easy. Okay. Now we're going to take the bar up to 110 kilos.
No lower than 4. Bar is ready.
have to change the rack height and the safety stands height before the rack is ready for the lifter. Ilya Matachev from Russia. Goes all the way through. Oh, incredible arch. Incredible arch. Now, he's way out from the rack, which means the spotter loader has to hand it way out over his shoulders, chest. There you go. Good looking arch. Almost beat the rack press. Yeah, you got it. Good lift, good lift. He wasn't wearing any wrist wraps either. All of the lifters here are lifting equipped. In this case, that means they're wearing a bench shirt, which gives them which is a compressive shirt, gives them rebound. Bar is loaded for Rostislav Kinishchuk from Ukraine, 112.5. This will be your leading bench right now. Fairly narrow grip. You can see, oh no, he's moving his hands out. I apologize. I was premature there. This is one of the types of setups where they set up on their traps and then bring their hips down. Good looking lift. Referees say yes, 3 white lights. The side referees, when they have their hands up, they're looking for 3 things. Whether or not the butt is on the bench, whether or not the feet are flat, and whether or not the head is on the bench, which the side referees have difficulty seeing, but that's something they are supposed to look at. That means that they're in the correct lifting position. Okay, now Dalton Lecoq comes up, 115 kilos. Dalton had your best squat at 210. He had the leading squat. Dalton has a monstrous deadlift. He is the biggest deadlifter by far in this session here. So he's fairly good on the bench, but his deadlift will overcome anything. As they say in powerlifting, the meat doesn't start until the weight hits the floor. Dalton gets the start command. Press. Oh, looked easy looking lift. Now we go to 140 for Trey Chapman from the USA also. Trey had a 192.5 kilo squat to his credit. Gonna push it up there a little bit with the bench, 140 kilo. Bar is loaded.
140 kilo for Shetland tried by Zlodin, USA, followed by Klimenko and Matsuzaki.
Then we have one more lifter in the bench for first attempts. That will be Georgy Klimenko from Russia. And he's going to jump it up to 160 kilos. 160 kilos, 352 pounds. Wow.
Start. Press. Back.
And gets the rack command, and the referees say, good lift. All right. All right, now the last of the first attempts, Georgy Klimenko, 160 kilos, 352 plus pounds, which that's a 20 kilo bump over Trey Chapman. He had 195 kilo. This will put him In the subtotal, we'll put him into first place subtotal.
By loaded for Klimenko Gorgi, Russia 160 kilo, followed by Matsuzaki and Arai.
Very wide grip. He has that shirt torqued a lot too.
Start. Press.
Oh, nice looking lift. He has got a lot left. And that is a good lift. 3 white lights. Okay, now we'll go to the second round. Drop the weight down to 97.5 for Matsuzaki from Japan. Klimenko is sitting there in the lead in the subtotal, ahead of Trey Chapman. Dalton Lecoq is sitting in third. Those are your first 3 lifters in the juniors, 53 kilo. But that is before the deadlift.
Followed by Arai and Harris.
We're going to have an interesting contest when it comes to the deadlift to see as who's going to be in the medals position. Used to be that there was a rule that the bar had to be come up level and you could not have uneven extension. Now the rule is that the whole of the bar cannot come down. That was a good lift. Okay, now we're going to take the bar to 115 kilos. Bars loaded. Kazuma Arai from Japan is your lifter. £253. Lifters weigh right at about 116 pounds. Sets up on his traps. Trying to maximize that arch.
Start. Press.
And gets the rack command. And good lift. Good lift. Okay. The theory behind it, bars loaded. Okay, Cordarius Harris from the USA, 16 years old. He's going to be doing 117 and a half. This will actually beat his personal best. His personal best on this is 115, so this will be a 2.5 kilo PR for Cordarius. Takes the hand off.
Start. Press.
Well, that was easy. Let's see the referee. Yep, 3 white lights. 3 white lights. Good lift. Bar stays the same for Madachev from Russia. You notice Cordarius didn't have a belt on, and one of the reasons for wearing a belt in the equipped division is to keep the shirt in position, to hold the shirt from riding up, because they pulled it down to tighten it up, give them a little bit more rebound. Well, the reason for the belt is to keep it there. You'll notice this next lifter, Madachev, has a belt on. Unbelievable arch for a young gentleman here. Brings the bar down.
Press. Back.
Notice how short his bench stroke is as a result of that.
Good lift, good
And that is a good lift for
120 kilo on the back.
Madachev. Okay, we'll now take the bar to 120 kilos for Kinishuk from Ukraine.
Bar's ready.
You wonder whether or not some of these lifters don't have a gymnastics background.
Followed by Lacker and Chapman.
Okay, Kinishuk, Vladislav Kinishuk from Ukraine, 120 kilos will be your bar load. Currently sitting in third place.
Start. Press.
Oh, wow. He locks it out. What do the referees say? Oh, they gave him 3 white lights. As I said earlier, the whole of the bar has to go down. Okay, Dalton Lecoe will be your next lifter. Dalton in the subtotal is now sitting in third position
Bar's ready.
before the deadlifts in the subtotal. Subtotal meaning the total of the squat and bench as it currently stands. Dalton is going to 122.5 kilos. He took a 7.5 kilo jump over his second bench, or his first bench, excuse me. Credited 115 on his opener. Now he's taking a 122.
Press.
Made that one look easy. And that's a good lift for Dalton.
150 kilo on the back.
Now we jump to 150 for Trey Chapman. Trey Chapman is currently in second place in the subtotal. Creeping up a little bit on Klemenko. Klemenko took and also Trey, they both took a 10 kilo jump from their first to their second. Klemenko goes to 170, and Trey goes to 150. Those will be your next 2 lifters. Then we will start third attempts on bench.
Eyes loaded, 150 kilo for Chapman from USA, followed by Klimenko and Matsuzaki.
Trey is not wearing a belt also. Trying to make sure that his elbows don't creep back so that he pulls the neck of his shirt up. Wants to keep that neck as far down as he can get it.
Start. Press.
Oh, that was strong looking lift. He's got substantial more left in him. Okay, good lift.
170 kilo on the back.
Chief referee gave him a blue card for downward movement or possibly elbow. All right, now we're going to go for a junior world record attempt. On his second attempt, Georgi Klemenko is going to try 170, and this will be a world record attempt.
Eyes loaded for Klimenko,
Klemenko from Russia.
Matsuzaki and Ara.
You notice the camera angle there. You're able to see whether or not the lifter's butt is on the bench or whether it comes off the bench for that matter.
Press.
No. That is not going to be a good lift. No. No lift. There was downward movement during the ascent, plus he racked it before the rack command, so he would not have gotten the lift anyway. A 3 card or a yellow card, the little number right below the red, indicates that you did not listen to the referee's command. You racked it before the rack command was given. All right, now we're going to drop it down to 102.5 for Matsuzaki from Japan. 102.5. He made 97.5 on his last one. He's jumping it up 5 kilos. Ryo Matsuzaki from Japan. 102.5 kilos.
Start. Press.
No. Good job for the spotters there. They have to catch that weight too. And the bar does drop fast when you miss. All right, now we're going to go to 122.5 kilos for Kazuma Arai from Japan. Is your next lifter.
Bar's ready.
Bar is ready. Chief referee. The Japanese lifters traditionally are very, very good bench technicians. They maximize every possible kilo. Sitting up way high on his traps. Notice how he's planting his traps in. Now, drops his butt to where it touches just barely.
Start.
A lot of leg drive.
Press.
Very short bench stroke because of the arch. It's actually good lift, good lift. It's actually 2 arches there. You try and pinch your shoulder blades together. That's the secondary arch, and raise your spinal column as high as you can get it. That's the primary arch. Minimize the stroke distance. You notice that was a very, very short bench stroke. Ilya Marchev is your lifter now from Russia. 122.5 kilos. Side referees raise their hands to indicate whether or not the lifter is in the right position.
Start. Press.
Descent on the bar there. It's not going to be a good lift. Not going to be a good lift. Nope. Yep. Yeah. Downward movement on the bar. He's got one more shot at that. Now we're going to go to 125 kilos for Dalton Lecoq. Dalton's only taken a 2.5 kilo jump. Just going to make every possible lift he can.
Bar's ready.
Sometimes it isn't the big jumps that makes the win.
This is a jump from the 4th to the 3rd place. Bronze medal. Followed by Kishno.
Sitting here currently in 3rd place in the subtotal right now. 3rd place in the subtotal.
Start. Press. Right.
And that's a good lift, yes, for Dalton. Okay, that means Dalton went 3 for 3 in the squats, 3 for 3 in the bench. Had a 210 kilo squat and 125 kilo bench.
Bar's ready.
Bar stays the same for Kinishuk from Ukraine at 125. He took a 5 kilo jump. 5 kilos, roughly 11 pounds.
Last attempt to change an opener for the second group.
Sorry about that. I had a little sneeze there in the middle.
Start.
I was away from the mic.
Press.
And he locks it out, and the referees say 3 white lights. All right, got it. Okay.
125 kilo on the back.
And if that stands, well, we have 125 kilo again from Cordarius Harris. And if Cordarius makes it, that will move him into the lead for the bench. In other words, gold medal on the bench. Cordarius here will be in the lead on the bench if he makes this, because even though it was the same weight as the prior lifter, Cordarius is a little bit lighter. And he locks it out. And the referees say, good lift, 2-1. All right. Given the fact that the side referee, the one red card there was a 3 card, I suspect she called him for downward movement, or not downward movement, for butt or foot on her side. Okay, bar is loaded. Cordarius winds up being the #1 bench, so he will get the gold medal in the bench. One thing I hadn't mentioned earlier is that the lifters are not only competing for the overall gold medal, but they're also competing for gold medals in each of the individual lifts, too. So in that case, that means Cordarius will be the gold medalist in the bench, and Matsuzaki will have been the gold medal in the squat. Trey Chapman now, 157.5 kilos for Trey.
Start.
And
Press. Drive it.
float it back. And that looks good. I think that's going to be, yeah, that's going to be a good lift. All right.
170 kilo on the back.
They touch down at the base of their sternum approximately, and they finish up over the top of their shoulders, or above their shoulders, excuse me. So they have to flare back just a little bit. Okay, 170 kilos, 370. This will be a junior world record attempt. He missed this on his second attempt. He's retaking on his third. This is a world record attempt. He made his opening bench at 160 kilos, so he's got 11 kilo jump over his successful opening bench, and he's going after this world record here. He needs, this will put him in the, he is already in the gold medal position on the bench, and he's also currently in subtotal the leader right now, followed by Trey and Dalton Lecoe. Okay, gets the handoff, gets the start command. I think that's going to be a good one. Yes, it is. Good lift. Good lift. Okay, now we go to, okay, that means that Flamenco will be your gold medalist in the bench on the junior weight class, followed by Trey Chapman. And now we go to the 59 kilo weight class. Karimzan Sadikov will be your lifter. And the sub-junior will be your first lifter. He's opening up at 90 kilos, 198 pounds.
Eyes loaded for Sadikov Karimzan, Kazakhstan. 90 kilo.
Karimzan Sadikov
Sushia
from
and
Kazakhstan. Lifters in this weight class are from USA, Japan, Puerto Rico, Kazakhstan. We have, these are 59 kilo lifters, 129 pounds.
Press.
And easy looking opener. All right. And that's a good lift. Now load the bar to 90 kilos for, let's see, who will be your lifter next? Yunto Tsuchiya.
Bars ready.
Eyes loaded for
Tsuchiya.
Sushia, Junto, Japan. 100 kilo, followed by Tapio and Kono.
100 kilos, 220 pounds on the bar. Yunto was credited, let's see here, gets the handoff.
Start. Press. Back.
Ah, yes, good looking lift, good looking lift.
Good hit. 110 kilo on the back.
Okay, now we take it to 110 kilos for Brian Tapia from Puerto Rico, be your next lifter. Brian has been only competing for a year, so this is fairly new at this.
110 kilo for Tapia, Brian, Puerto Rico, followed by Kono and Grimm.
Brian Tapia from Puerto Rico.
Start. Press. Back.
That was easy. I'd say that was going to be a fairly significant jump for his next one there.
112.5 kilo on the back.
Okay, now we move it to 112.5 for Shogo Kono from Japan.
Bars ready.
Bars loaded.
Kono, Shogo, Japan, 112.5 kilo, followed by Grimm and Villa.
Shogo had a 222.5 kilo successful squat to his credit. Going to add to that with a 112.5 kilo opening bench.
Start. Press. Back.
And he gets the rack command. And the referees say yes, 3 white lights. Easy lift. Easy lift.
150.
Okay, now we take it to 115 for Logan Grimm from the USA. 1 red, 1 blue.
Bars ready.
Eyes loaded for Grimm, Logan, USA.
As I mentioned earlier in the squats, once they say bar loaded, you have 1 minute to get the start command. That's to expedite the meet. Make sure that we don't spend all day on one session. Logan's got his shirt pulled down pretty good here. Some of the lifters will put their feet up on the bench to set their traps. Logan just holds his arch and then bends backwards to get into position.
Start. Press.
You'll notice now touch point was fairly low on his chest, right at the base of the sternum. Had to finish over the top of his shoulders. So good looking lift. 3 white lights. All right. The only time you get a red card in the bench is if you were to touch your belt or if you don't touch your chest. If you can't, and the reason why you wouldn't be able to touch your chest is because they've adjusted the shirt so tight that you just can't get it down at that weight. Okay, Kevin Vila from Ecuador comes up now, 117.5 kilos. Kevin was credited with a 245 kilo squat on his squats. Make sure he puts his feet flat.
Start. Press.
Has to lock his elbows. If you don't lock your elbows, it's a blue card. Have to have your elbows locked on both the start and the finish of the lift. Normally, the side referees are not able to see both elbows very easily, readily. A lot of times it's left up to the head judge to spot whether the elbows are locked or not. Mark Garcia is your next lifter. Mark is going to be doing 132.5 kilos. Now remember, Mark had a world record. Actually, Mark had 2 world records. He had a world record second and a world record third. He did 236, and then he went to 240.5, and has 2 world records to his credit in the squat. And now he's going to do 132.5 bench.
Start. Press.
Oh, that was easy. I think that's going to be 3 white lights. Yes.
145 kilo on the back.
145. We got something interesting coming up here. We have a sub-junior who's going to be lifting last in the first attempts. He will have the highest opening bench, higher than even the junior benchers in this weight class, coming up in a little bit. All right, Alimbek from Kyrgyzstan, 145 kilos. Your lifter. He was credited with 265. He had the silver medal in the squat because of body weight, same weight as the gold medalist, but heavier body weight.
Start.
It's a start command. And presses it out, and good lift. 3 white lights. Okay. Now we jump to 155. 300 and, I think 352-ish.
Push that tight. Push that tight. Push that tight. No. Place you tight. Bar's ready.
And the bar is loaded for Yichun Lin from Chinese Taipei. You notice the lifters will instruct the handoff person as to where they want the bar when they want the handout. The handoff person is actually pretty critical, because the lifters will set up, they'll get their primary arch and their secondary arch. The handoff person can pull you out of those arches. So you just want them to just barely squeeze it out there. Oh, easy looking lift. 155 kilos. Now we go to 160 kilos for Yusuke Satake from Japan will be your lifter. 160 kilos. Bars ready.
Loaded for Satake Yuzuki, Japan, 160 kilos, followed by Tamura and Sadiko.
352 pounds. And then we will go with our last opening bench to a sub-junior.
Start.
Brings it down.
Press. Back.
Strong looking lift. And 3 white lights, yes. All right, now we take it to 165, 363 pounds. Same body weight, but this is a sub-junior. Sub-junior is actually having the highest opening bench in this session.
Bars ready.
Bar is loaded. Yotamura had a 230 kilo. He was sitting in second on his squat. Now he has by far the highest bench opener. Sets up way up on his traps. Plants his butt.
Start. Press. Back.
Wow, that was an incredibly short bench stroke. And the referees say, good lift, 3 white lights. Well, that's pretty much just about solidifies that Yo is going to get the gold medal in the bench. Set there, he's in the second position in the squat right now, and the first position in the bench. And right now he is sitting as the #1 leader in subtotal as well, by about 22 kilos. All right, now we go to Sadikov from Kazakhstan, 95 kilos. Took a 5 kilo jump over his second one, 11-pound jump. Fairly conservative jumps.
Start. Press. Back.
And that's a good lift. Okay.
117.5 kilo on the back.
Take it to 117 and a half for Shogo Kono from Japan.
Bars ready.
Bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded, 117.5 kilo for Kono Shogo Japan, followed by grip.
£259, 117 and a half kilos. It's the bar load.
Start. Press.
And he locks it out. And the referees give him 3 white lights on that. Yes, good lift.
20 kilo on the back. This is a jump from the 6th to the 4th place for the moment.
Ooh.
Bars ready.
Wasn't easy, so I don't expect to see a very big change coming up on the third lift. Okay, Logan Grimm will be your next lifter. Logan is taking a 5 kilo jump to 120 kilos for your second.
Unfortunately, nobody from USAPL is here to support you because I can't hear anybody.
And Logan is currently sitting in the subtotal. He looks like he is in 4th place on subtotal right now.
Start. Press.
Wow. Notice how very, very far he came down on his chest. So he has to push the bar way back.
Bars ready.
Okay, bar is loaded for Suzuki. from Japan, 120 kilos, didn't change the bar load.
This is a jump from the fourth to the third place.
Junto is currently sitting in the 5th place in the subtotal.
Start.
Your feet can slide during the lift, but they cannot. They have to stay flat. I think his butt came up off the bench. Yep.
No lift.
No lift. Didn't finish the lift.
Bars ready.
Bar is loaded. Kevin Vila from Ecuador is your lifter. 122.5 kilos. Currently sitting in 5th place in the subtotal. Side referees can't drop their hands until he gets his feet in position. And he gets the rack command, and the referees say, yes, 3 white lights.
122.5 kilos still on the back.
Bars ready.
The bar is loaded for Tapia Brian, Puerto Rico. 122.5 kilos, followed by Garcia and Alimbeck. He's already
Brian Tapia will be your next lifter from Puerto Rico. Sub-junior, 122.5. Currently sitting in 3rd place in subtotal.
Just a reminder, after bench press, we have 10 minutes break.
He's also sitting in 3rd place on the bench. And they will do, as we talked about earlier, 3 medals in the bench as well. 3 medals in squat, 3 medals in deadlift, and then total. Oh, that looked very easy, very easy. 3 white lights, yes. Now we jump to 140. Tamura looks like he's going to keep his string going by being the top lifter in both sub-junior and junior, even though he's a sub-junior. Mark Garcia from the USA will be your next lifter at 140 kilos.
Bars ready.
308 pounds. Remember now, Mark had the world record squat. It's going to come down to Mark and Tamura here when we get into the deadlifts. It's going to be an interesting challenge between these 2 young men.
Start. Press.
Nice looking bench. Very good. 3 white lights. Good, strong, solid bench. Now we take it for Alibek from Kyrgyzstan. 155 kilos. On top of a 265. Interesting little observation here. Alembek was .01 underneath the weight class limit. 59 kilo is the weight class. Alembek was 58.99 body weight. He could have weighed 59.00. The scales now weigh to the 100th of a kilo.
Press.
And he locks it out, and the referees say, yes, 3 white lights. for Olivet. All right. Now we go to 165 kilos for Yichun Lin from Chinese Taipei. 165 kilos, 363 pounds. Took a 10-kilo jump for his second. Bar is loaded. 10-kilo jump is 22-pound jump. This will move him into temporarily into first place in the bench until Sataki comes up after him. Currently sitting in a tie for the subtotal lead right now. Oh, that was easy. Wow. Really good bar speed. Really good bar speed. Okay, now we go to 170 kilos for Sataki, Yusuke Sataki. Bar is loaded. This will retake the bench lead. Momentarily there. Yichun Lin took the bench lead. Sataki now is going to try and take it back in the bench lead. He's currently sitting in the subtotal position in third place at 400 kilos. Not as significant an arch as some of the other lifters have. Oh, no, descent. No lift. Okay. So he stays in second place in the bench. All right, now we're going to go to Tamura from Japan. Sub-junior. Took a 10-kilo jump to 175 kilos. This is going to be a world record sub-junior attempt. World record sub-junior attempt. He's currently sitting in the lead in the bench right now. Has a 165-kilo bench for his opener. He's bumping it up 10 kilos to 165. And we have to swap out the referee. This is a world record attempt. Yo Tamura from Japan is your lifter. This is and remember now, this is a world record attempt. He's the best bencher in both the sub-junior and junior here. Heavier than any of his older brethren. Gets the handoff. Oh, that was good. That was great. And the referees say, yes, 3 white lights, and we have a new world record in the bench. So, Mark Garcia set the world record in the squat. Now, Yo Tamura set the world record in the bench. Those are your first and second place individuals in the subtotal, in the sub-junior category. Now we will go to Sadikov, Kazakhstan, 100 kilos, 220 pounds. We are now in our third attempts for the bench for the 59-kilo weight class. Third attempts, Karimzan Sadikov from Kazakhstan, 220 pounds. Wow. And that's no lift. That was an incredibly good effort. No lift. He's credited then with the prior second attempt. So he got 95. All right, now we take the bar to 120 kilos for Toshiya from Japan. He missed this on his second attempt. He's going to retry it, retake it on his third. Go after a 120 kilo bench. 264 pounds.
Come on, give me catch here. Followed by Kono and Grimm.
Retaking this for his third attempt. Really nice arch setup there. Really nice.
Start. Press.
Nope. One thing you'll notice there, if you notice his hand position, his index finger is on the ring, but they cock their wrists so that their wrists are actually farther out beyond the ring to make the bar actually have an even lower or shorter bar stroke by making the wrists as far out as they can go. Puts an incredible amount of pressure on the wrist to cock your wrist like that. But it does reduce the bench stroke. Okay, now we're going to go to 122.5 kilo for Shogo Kono from Japan. 122.5 kilo. £269, 122.5 kilos.
Start. Press.
Lock it out, right elbow. There, he did. I think that's could be a good lift, yes. The one referee on the side, blue card, that was probably the referee there felt that there was a downward movement, but wasn't agreed to by the other two referees, so he gets a good lift. All right, now we take it to 125 kilos, 275 pounds. Bars loaded for Logan Grimm from the United States. 5 kilo jump from his second to his third bench. Logan currently sitting in fourth place in the subtotal so far. This will move him into fourth place also on the bench as well. Logan Grimm, United States.
Start.
Gets the start command. Let his chest sink. Flare it back. He needs to flare it back. Yep, downward. Okay, that's no lift then for Logan. Logan gets credited for 120 kilos on his second attempt. All right, now we're going to jump it up to 127 for Kevin Vila from Ecuador. 127, 281 pounds for Kevin for his his third bench, jumping up to 281 pounds. Here's another example of body weight. Kevin weighed in exactly at the body weight class. Exactly 59 kilos on a 59 kilo weight class. And the chief referee checks on his finger position, make sure that he's not outside the rings. Your fingers cannot be any wider than the rings on the bar, 81 centimeters. I think he's going to get called if he locks it out. No, he didn't lock it out. So no lift. All right, now we're going to go to 130 kilos for Brian Tapia from Puerto Rico.
Bench press and deadlift. That's the third place.
286 pounds.
Guys loaded for Tapia, Brian, Puerto Rico, 130 kilos, followed by Garcia and Alibek. Vamos!
Puerto Rico is up.
Start. Press.
No, no lift. They're trying to add even just a little bit of kilos to their total. Keep them in the running for the medal position here. Okay, now Mark Garcia sitting here in second place in the bench behind Tamura and takes a 7.5 kilo jump for his third. Trying to just get any more kilos he can to stay as close to Tamura as he can for the overall. Mark Garcia had the world record in the squat. Tamura has the world record in the bench.
147.5 kilo, followed by Alibek and Zataki. I think there was more people here from Puerto Rico than from US. Even they belongs to US, but
Mark Garcia, 147.5. Nice looking arch.
Start. Chest tight back. Press. Back. Hold. Back.
And it looks like that's going to be a good lift, I think. Yes, it is. Yes. He came straight off his chest, went straight up, but he flared back, and that's what finished that lift for him. So winds up with 147.5. All right, now we're going to take it to 162.5 for Akzol Alimbek Ulu from Kyrgyzstan. 162.5. 358 pounds approximately. Bar is loaded.
for Alibek Ulu Axel 162.5 kilo. This is a jump to the second place, so he's fighting here for the silver medal. Come on, Alibek.
Currently, this would put him into the second place in the bench. Overall, right now, he stands as in subtotal, he's number 2. He's sitting in number 3 in the bench. This will move him into number 2 in the bench. Flare it back. Good solid looking lift. And I think the referee's going to say, yes, 3 white lights. Okay, that moves him into second place in the bench momentarily. Now we're going to go to 170 from Yusuke Sataki from Japan, 374 pounds. If Sataki makes this, that will move him back into second in the bench. If not, Allenbeck will be remaining in second, and Sataki will sit into the third position. Bar is loaded for Yusuke Sataki from Japan. He's your lifter. He is sitting with a subtotal of 400 behind Allenbeck at 427 and Lin at 430. This will move him up about 10 kilos. Makes this. He's having trouble bringing it down. His shirt is tight. Downward movement. I think you're going to get called for it. On that, he locked it out, but I think you're going to see. Yep. Okay, you notice that the two referees gave him a blue card underneath the fail lift card. Okay, downward movement is a blue. The yellow card, she may have seen a foot or butt come off. Definitely downward movement on the bar, though. Reason for failure. Okay, now Yichun Lin from Chinese Taipei is your lifter, 172.5. Then we'll be followed by Tamura from Japan, sub-junior, going after another world record attempt.
Start. Press.
Wow. That looked easy. Well, that is a good lift, and that solidifies his position in the bench as the #1 bench in the junior 59 kilo. He's also sitting in subtotal as the #1 bencher. All right, now we're going to, I apologize. Yichun Lin was in the juniors. Now we're going for a world record again for Yo Tamura from Japan. And he set the world record at 175, and get this now, folks, he's going to 185. He's taken a 10-kilo jump, 22-pound jump, 10-kilo jump over the world record he just set. 407, bar loaded, 407 for body weight of 129, 407 bench, 129 body weight, sub-junior, world record attempt here. 22-kilo jump over the world record he sent already. Gets the hand off, out.
Start. Press.
I think he's going to get it unless... Yes, it is good. 185-kilo bench, sub-junior, 407, world record second, world record third. And Yo Tamura is the winner for the bench, gold medal, followed by Mark Garcia. And that concludes the bench, and we will come back in 10 minutes for the deadlift. Thank you all. See you soon.
Robert Keller, please report to the platform. Robert Keller, please see Mike Zwolinski at the platform immediately. Robert Keller, thank you. Robert Keller, please come to the platform immediately. Everybody's here. I'm late, I'm sorry. The president is filling in, Gaston Gavage. I came from Hong Kong this morning. Actually, it was like 2 days ago I started.
Robert, how does this come out?
Lifters, you have 5 minutes to change your opening attempts. Lifters in the first flight, you have just under 5 minutes to change your openers.
camp high enough. I think
I don't know.
again, it's one of those that have to be there in order to. Cool.
Lifters, you have just under 4 minutes to change your openers. Platform 1, just under 4 minutes to change your openers.
Here, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab it. Where you guys going? What?
Lifters, you have 3 minutes. Lifters in flight 1, 3 minutes to change your opening attempts now. Limitless is in the house. SSP, Scientific Sports Products, SSP, Dennis Cherry's company. Pre and post workout. Stop by the SSP booth. See my man Gregory Page, EC member, USA Powerlifting, to get some USA apparel in the back. Buy neat t-shirts from Mrs. Keller. And of course, Limitless. They have a new t-shirt. I can't wait to check the new, oh, I'm seeing it now. Who's that on the back of that t-shirt? Can't wait. I can't wait. Limitless has everything. All apparel, jewelry, some of their best powerlifting jewelry you want. Please stop by the Limitless booth. They've got new t-shirts for sale. We'll be showing those later. We'll have somebody walk the platform and give you a fashion show with their latest model t-shirts or t-shirt. 2 minutes, lifters, just under 2 minutes to change your openers first flight. Everybody's in the house, even South Africa. Honey Smith, Jimmy Battenfield is in the house. Oh, sorry, so is Heinrich. Heinrich, when they let him back into the country. Did you hear about it? Heinrich got a silver medal on the bench, the Commonwealths. I have it. It's in. It's in my luggage. I just came right from the baggage claim. I'm gonna put it on as Ms. Gaston. Actually, you don't miss a trick. 1 minute lifters. Vazayev. Vazayev is here from Ukraine. Ukrainian powerlifting. Just under 1 minute to change your openers. Lifters in the first flight. 1 minute or less to change your openers. Wow, front row. That's where you usually are.
Really?
30 seconds to change your openers. 30 seconds. Flight 1 to change your openers, or Group 1, as they say at an international competition. Lifters in the first flight, or lifters in the first group. You have no more time to make changes. No more changes. We're going to start in just under 3 minutes. No more changes. Group 1, no more changes. Flight 1 now. Competition doesn't really start until the first weight hits the floor. Well, that's about 2 minutes away. We got a 3-camera shoot going on. Lifters, you have 1 minute. 1 minute, spotters and loaders. Please make sure the bar is loaded to 160 kilos. 160 kilos. Spotters and loaders, 160 kilos. Referees, jury table, expediters, technical controllers, please report to your appropriate positions. We're going to start in 30 seconds now.
While you're doing them, does elevate the weight go a lot easier? You know how obviously expected.
The first lifter hails from the Ukraine, Rostislav Kinishuk.
All right, we're ready. We're getting ready to start the deadlift here for the World Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships in the 53 kilo weight class. We have 2 flights. 53 kilo weight class starts off, and then we'll follow that up with the 59 kilo weight class. And we have got some close contests here coming up. All right, we're going to open up with 160 kilos, 352 pounds. Kinishuk, Rostislav Kinishuk from Ukraine is your lifter. Sumo deadlifting stance. All right, now there's only one command in the deadlift. That's the down command.
The lift is good.
And you can't beat that command. If you do, that's going to be a red light. All right. You notice there's no, the 2 side referees have moved forward, and they're sitting in front of the platform now, whereas in the bench they were sitting behind the platform. The reason why they sit in the front is so they have a better view of the knees and the hips of the lifter to make sure that the lifter's knees are locked out and that they're standing erect. All right, we're taking it to 170 kilos, 374 pounds for Georgy Klimenko from Russia. As soon as we get our first attempts here, we can get an idea of what the strategy is going to be. As they say, well, you can definitely see that his knees are locked out. And that's 3 white lights. Now we're going to take it to 175 kilos, 385 pounds for Kazuma Arai from Japan.
175 kilos.
Lifters in the junior category, we have Japan, USA, and Russia. And in the sub-junior category, we have Ukraine, USA, Russia, and Japan. Japan and the USA and Russia and Ukraine have all brought fairly good-sized teams to this competition. So far, you'll notice that all of the lifters so far have used what's called a sumo stance, deadlift stance, with their feet out close to the bar, or plates, excuse me, out close to the plates. Advantage is that it has a shorter distance to pull the bar. Disadvantage is that it's a very technical, if you get just a little forward or a little back, it's not going to be successful. Okay, that was a good lift. Now we're taking it to 182.5, 402 for Trey Chapman. Trey Chapman from United States, 402.3.
Come on, Trey. Lightweight. 402 pounds for Trey.
Trey needs to make sure he gets his shoulders back there a little bit farther. He gets 3 white lights. Okay, now we're going to load the bar to, well, actually it stays at 402, 182.5. Bar is loaded. Matsuzaki, Ryo Matsuzaki from Japan. I haven't mentioned it so far, but the other deadlifting stance is called conventional, where your arms are outside your knees. In this one, the sumo, your arms are inside your knees. And that's going to be a good lift. Now, bar will then go to 182.5 also again for Cordarius Harris from the USA. Bar is loaded. Nobody's done it so far yet, but one other thing you can look for differences between various deadlifters. All of the lifters so far have used what's called a reverse grip, where one hand's over, one hand's under. You might see later on, maybe, depending, somebody use what's called a hook grip, where both hands are over and they hook their thumb underneath their fingers. All right, now we jump to 195 kilos, 429 pounds for Ilya Matichev. This will be the heaviest pull in the sub-junior category, putting him into first place in the deadlift. Currently sitting right now, however, subtotal, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Kind of an unusual. Didn't matter. He gets white light. You can fall down. After you get the down command, doesn't matter what happens to you. But you'll notice he wrapped his knees there. Interesting. It's not something you see very often. Maybe for a slight injury. Also, maybe feels that he gets a little bit more rebound off of his knees that way. All right. Dalton Lecoux is opening at 501. This is the heaviest deadlift. 501. Dalton now has the #1 squat. Didn't have a very good bench, but he has by far the best deadlift here.
Lightweight for Lecoux.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Dalton here go for that was a little too easy. Now, it's going to be interesting to see what he sets it up whether you'll go for the world record on the second attempt or wait till the third. Pretty easy pull. Okay, we'll download it now to 160 kilos. All right, now you're going to see some strategy starting to play out here. In the sub-juniors, you have a 5 kilo separation between the first two. Cordarius, Harris, and Marachev, they're going to be jockeying. And then in the juniors, you have a 2.5 kilo separation between the second and the third. So we're going to have some real good strategy by the coaches here, who plays the numbers and the last lift. And that was a struggle. Okay. And he gets that 3 white lights, 385 pounds, 175 kilos. Now we take the bar to 182.5 kilos, 402.5 or 402.3. Georgy Klemenko is your lifter from Russia. Now, Georgie has to be careful here because he's sitting here with only a 2.5 kilo lead over Trey Chapman. So, and Trey is going to he's going to follow him with a 187. So a 5 kilo jump. Trey will pick up a little bit here. So this may be, we'll see what happens after this next. Got to pull his shoulders back. Yep, and he's good. Yep, good lift. Okay. Now we'll take it to Trey. Now, before they started, they were 2.5 kilos apart.
187.5 kilos, 413.4 on the bar.
Bar is loaded for Trey Chapman. 413.4, 187.5 on the bar.
Bar's loaded for Trey. Japan on deck, Japan in the hole.
Not coming out yet. I wonder if we got a little strategy game playing here. He may be waiting, holding off, saving some energy. I don't know. This is interesting. It might be what happening here is that he is saving his energy. He's going to time out on this and save it for that last third pull and make a jump and go after second place on the third pull because he is timing out. And a little bit of tactics, a little bit of kind of mind games going on back there between Trey and Klemenko. All right, that's time. He's timed out. No lift on that, but watch what happens when we come out for the third. All right, now we're going to go to 190 kilos for Kazuma Are from Japan. That will be a 418.9 pound lift. And let's see. This currently he is sitting in the fourth position in the deadlift. Oh, Klemenko and Trey have put in their third attempts. Klemenko took a 5 kilo jump to 187.5, and Trey put in 202 to pull him into second place. That's what we thought was going to happen. Dalton is sitting out there all by himself, way out in a lonely number 1 position. Okay, Dalton is going to go after a world record on his second attempt. Wait and see that one coming up. All right. Coming up soon. Kazuma at 190 kilos, 419 pounds. Pull your shoulders back. There you go. Okay. And that's good lift, yes.
All right, here comes.
Bar got out in front of him just a little bit. And in sumo, when the bar gets out in front of you, figure that's another 10% increase in the effect of the weight. Got to keep it right up against your shins. Drive through your heels. Bars loaded for Ryo Matsuzaki, 197.5. Currently sitting in third place overall, sitting in a medal position. This will put him into the second position on the deadlift. Fairly tall, comparatively. Pull your shoulders back. Okay, the referee said yes. Okay. Cordarius Harris, your neck lifter. He's also at 197.5, 435 pounds. And then they will be followed by Matachev at 205 and Dalton Lecoe at 240.5 coming up. First place in the deadlift for both lifters after Cordarius. Cordarius still is currently sitting in second. Now, Cordarius is only 5 kilos down from Marachev. He makes this pull. He's going to be projected. Oh, that looked easy. That looked easy. Okay, Cordarius and Marachev are going to be going at each other. Dogfight for first place in the sub-juniors. They are currently sitting there. Okay, here comes Marachev. Marachev makes this. They will be tied for the gold position. They will be tied. Marachev and Cordarius Harris will be tied if Marachev makes this. This is 205. This is 451 pounds. That's like the old adage says, the meat doesn't start until the weight hits the floor. And the reason is this is where people start jockeying for position. Cordarius and Marachev sitting here neck and neck. They are, if Marachev makes this, they are tied. You're allowed to make, okay, remember now, he had his knee wraps on the last lift. And after he made the lift, then he fell over backwards. And he fell. Oh, he did not get the down command before he fell. And that is a no lift. Just before he got the down command, he fell over backwards. And that means that Cordarius is sitting in the lead right now, has a 10-kilo lead going into the third attempt. All right, Dalton Lecoe is coming up, and the minimum amount of that you can do to set a world record, you can break the world record by a half a kilo. And Dalton is setting the world, or going after the world record of, and setting it, or attempting to set it at 240.5 kilos, half a kilo over the world record. This is now going to be 530 pounds. Now this represents a 13-kilo jump. 13-kilo jump. That's roughly about 27-pound jump for his second attempt. The way the last one looked, it came up so fast. Wipes the bar down. Going after a world record here. Dalton Lecoe, 240.5, 530.2 pounds. Strong lifter. Oh, that was easy. That was easy. That was almost too easy because Dalton, as he was coming up right there at the top, you could see him rock forward just a tiny little bit. No downward movement, but it was easy. I kind of expect he's probably going to go for, I'd say maybe 250 on his last attempt. If I were him, I would. I'd go 551. All right. Radislav Kinishuk from Ukraine will be your next lifter.
It all comes down.
He's taken a 2.5 kilo jump. Now, like we were talking about earlier, this is where in the third attempts where the lifters will jockey for position. Kinishuk is sitting in fourth position overall right now, and he's quite a ways down, so he's not going to move up. So he's taking a conservative jump, 2.5 kilos. And one of the things that they do for the third attempts is that they have to brush the bar down for every attempt. Now the reason for that is to give every lifter a equal opportunity, equal treatment. The bar has to be the same for every lifter, so they brush the bar down. They wipe the bar down perhaps for their final attempt. That way nobody can say, well, hey, my bar was slicker than your bar. Of course, he's going to have as much chalk on his face here as he had on the bar. I'm not sure that it affects his grip any, but and that 2.5 kilos was too much. No lift. All right, he gets credited. He makes 175, 385 pounds. Okay, we're going to jump up now to 190 kilos for Georgi Klemenko. Now, remember, Georgi and Trey Chapman were sitting here, and they were 2.5 kilos apart a while back. Well, now we're going to see what happens. These guys are going after second and third. They're jockeying, and the advantage goes to the person who's follows last. So Trey has a little bit of an advantage because he knows, or he's going to see what Georgie does. 190. Now, game playing, sometimes Georgie will come in and he'll throw a number up there to try and force Trey to put up a number he can't make, and then Georgie could have dropped his, but doesn't look like that happened. So Georgie's coming in out here. He pulled 182.5. He's taking a 7.5 kilo jump, and it's not going to happen. So now you got a change coming up. Now you have a change coming in. 195 kilos for Kazuma Arai. Oh, Trey goes in at 197.5. That was the change. We heard a change in the background there. So you had 197.5 for Trey Chapman. If he makes this attempt, he will jump up into second place. This is the attempt for the silver medal position here by Trey Chapman. He's currently sitting in third place. If he makes this, because Georgi Klemenko missed his third deadlift. Now, Trey missed his second, remember, by timing out. That was the strategy he was playing. He was seeing if Klemenko would miss his third, then he would take a weight, whatever he needed, just to get him into second place. So this was the strategy. So he actually saved some energy here. Didn't do his second attempt. Now we can see if this strategy pays off. Oh, and it did. It did. It jumped him up into second position. Trey Chapman, second position in the deadlift, second position overall, and that was a good strategy. Playing games back there. Coaches playing games, calling numbers. All right. Now we're going to do 200 for Kazuma Arai, 440 pounds for Kazuma. Now, the next contest you're going to see coming in here in a little bit. Well, Cordarius, because Marchev missed his second. It looks like Cordarius is going to be pretty solidly in the first position in the sub-juniors. All right, now Kazuma Arai, 200 kilos, 440 pounds. or 440.9. You know, he just put his hands on his thighs there. If he used baby powder on his thighs, he just put his hands up against it. He just put baby powder on his hands. I wonder if this will affect his grip. I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't. No lift, no lift. I think personally that he may have not had quite the grip. It looked like his hands was opening up a little bit, and he was trying to hold on to it, but okay, Marchev, Ilya Marchev is going to go retake what he missed on his second attempt, sitting in silver medal position behind Cordarius Harris. Ilya is 15 years old, 53 kilo weight class, roughly about 116 pounds, let's say, give or take of maybe a half a pound. 205 kilos, 451 pounds. Retaking his second. Now, last two lifts, remember, he fell over backwards on his first, but he did it after the down command. Second one, he got it up there that time. There, you got it. There, you got it. Now, that sits him right now. That put him in the gold medal position by body weight over Cordarius. So Cordarius has to go up a little bit because Cordarius is the heavier lifter by 0.69 pounds. Okay, Cordarius has gone to 207.5 because he's heavier. He had to go 2.5 more than Marchev. And he gets it. He got it. That was the pull for the gold. And Cordarius moves into first place. That's how close this was. Imagine there that because he was the heavier lifter, he had to go up over Marchev by 2.5 kilos. Had he been the lighter lifter, he already would have won it, but had to go up 2.5 kilos. All right, now we go to Matsuzaki, Ryo Matsuzaki. He's pulling for the gold medal in the deadlift in the sub-junior 53 kilo. This will give him the gold medal in the deadlift if he makes this pull, behind Cordarius Harris. Remember, you medal in each one of the individual lifts as well as no lift. Okay, so Cordarius wins the gold medal in the sub-junior 53 kilo, and Ilya Marchev takes the silver in the 53 kilo. Oh, wow. Dalton went heavier than I thought he was going to go. Dalton jumped it. Remember, we talked about that. He did 240.5, and I thought, well, he'll go to 250. No, he's going to 255 kilos, 562 pounds. He is going up 14.5 kilo jump. 14.5 kilo jump for his third attempt. This is also a world record attempt by Dalton LeCaux. This is unbelievable. This is for a 53 kilo body weight. 500. Oh! Oh, no! The bar came up so easy. The bar came up so easy. If he hadn't have lost his balance there, that would have been 255 kilos. Unbelievable pull. Unbelievable. All right. Now we'll go into the second flight. Now we go to the 59 kilo weight class.
Japan, Puerto Rico, and Kazakhstan.
And we've got, let's see here. In the juniors, Allenbeck and Lynn are 10 kilos apart. In the sub-juniors, it looks like Tamura has got a lead of about, 16 kilos, 15 kilos. That's going to be hard to overcome. But in the juniors, it looks like Lynn and Allenbeck are going to have a pretty good looking contest here. All right, we're going to open up here with the 150 kilos, 330 pounds for Yuto Tsuchiya.
Japan.
And that's a good looking lift. Yes. Yep. You know, something you noticed there if you were watching, Yunto was wearing wrist wraps on the deadlift. Now, you might ask, well, why wear wrist wraps on a deadlift? Well, what some lifters will do is they'll clench their fist to tighten the tendon and then wrap the wrist real tight to keep the wrist, or to keep the grip tight. Kind of help them keep their grip just a little bit more than if they didn't. With small hands, maybe that gives them a little bit of an edge there. Okay, here comes Brian Tapia from Puerto Rico, 352 pounds, 160 kilos. Everybody in both weight classes so far has been sumo stance. That was easy. And the referees say good lift. Okay. Now we go to 185. Karamzan Sadikov.
He is from Kazakhstan.
In this weight class, in this sub-junior category, we had Kazakhstan, USA, Japan, and Puerto Rico. Karamzan Sadikov from Kazakhstan, 407 pounds. More than 3 times his body weight.
Sadikov, Kazakhstan.
All right. Now, in this instance, those are not knee wraps, those are knee sleeves. Yep. Little bit of compression, not much support, not like a knee wrap has. One of the issues that when you're using knee sleeves on a deadlift, you can't have the socks go over the top of the knee sleeve, which means there you have an edge that you have to pull the bar past. So if you drag the bar right up your shin, there's a possibility that you might hook the bar on the edge of the knee sleeve at the bottom. Okay, Shogo Kono from Japan, 195 kilos, 429 pounds. Also wearing knee sleeves. And that's going to be a good lift, yes.
All right, how about Yo Tamura?
Tamura coming up at 210 kilos. Tamura is right now sitting in the projected #1 position by a good margin.
There you go. Bars loaded.
All right. Yo Tamura from Japan, 463 pounds. Nice looking form. Nice looking form. Very pretty.
Load the bar for Kevin.
All right. Kevin Vila from Ecuador is your next lifter, 215, 474 pounds.
Garcia in the hole.
Mark Garcia will be following him. And then Logan Grimm following Mark. All right.
Bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded. Kevin Vila from Ecuador, 215 kilos. You can see there in that video screen how close the bar is to their feet. Sometimes you'll notice that some lifters will put their feet right up next to the bar, or to the plates, I'm sorry, and then just before they put it down, they'll rotate their toes in so that they don't drop the bar on their toes. All right, Yusuke Sataki, 485 pounds, 220 kilos.
Here comes Yusuke Sataki, Japan, 220 kilos. On deck, Garcia in the hole, Grimm.
Now his feet are almost touching the plates. Yep, you see how his toes rotated in? And the bar, that was a good lift. Okay, now bar stays the same for Mark Garcia, 220 kilos, 485 pounds.
Mark Garcia, USA, bars loaded.
Tamura and Garcia are your top two lifters in this 59 kilo sub-junior weight class.
The 2016 sub-junior champion, first place.
Mark Garcia from the USA, 485 pounds. Very efficient looking lift. Very, very efficient looking lift. Good lift for Mark. Okay, Logan Grimm takes it up to 232 and a half. You have three more lifters in the junior 59 kilo weight class to complete their opening attempts. Then we will start second round, and we'll see where the jockeying starts to play out. It isn't just necessarily jockeying for the gold medal position. Sometimes the lifters are trying to go from third to second or from fourth to third. I've seen instances where it could be even fifth to third. Feet right up against the plates. Wearing deadlift slippers. Hook grip. That's the first one we've seen. Logan does a hook grip. Both hands over the bar with his thumbs grasped by his fingers. All the pressure of the bar, 500 pounds, winds up being on your thumb and that nerve in your thumb. And it's a little painful. All right, Alembeck from Kyrgyzstan, 240 kilos, 529 pounds. The last two lifters in the Lynn and Alembeck here. head to head. They're both right now only 10 kilos apart projected. They're both lifting the same deadlift amount. Allenbeck here, 240 kilos. He's wearing knee sleeves too. Good lift.
Snap up 4 times his body weight. Ulu. The lift is good for Ulu.
I'm surprised the referees didn't say anything about his socks not being high enough. Okay, now Yichun Lin, Chinese Taipei.
Also 4 times his body weight.
240 kilos also, 529 pounds for Yichun.
He hails from Chinese Taipei. I was in Hong Kong earlier this morning.
He makes this lift. He and Allenbeck will be 2.5 kilos apart. And that is a good lift. Okay. Now we know the order. Okay, so in the juniors, Allenbeck and Lin are 10 kilos apart currently, depending on what they put in for their second attempts. All right, and in the sub-juniors, Tamura has a, roughly speaking, about a 20 or 16 kilo lead.
He's 2.5 kilos ahead for the bronze medal.
So, looks like there's not going to be too much contest in the sub-juniors, but in the juniors, it's going to be Allenbeck and Lin going after each other. Okay, here comes Brian Tapia from Puerto Rico at 170 kilos, 374 pounds. Brian is currently sitting in the projected bronze medal position. He needs to make this. He needs to make this to stay in the bronze, and it's not going to happen. Now, what can be interesting here, Sadikov from Kazakhstan could move into third place. They are that close to each other. In the sub-juniors, that we may have a change from fourth into third, like we were talking about earlier. The jockeying isn't just for the gold medal, it's for any medal position. Okay. Yunto Toshiya from Japan, 170 kilos, 374.8 pounds. Pretty nice looking lift. Pretty looking lift. Okay. Now we go to 195 for Sadikov. And this could put him into third position. Brian Tapia was sitting in the projected third position. Sadikov was sitting in the projected fourth position, but Brian Tapia missed his third lift, and Sadikov, we don't know yet. Let's see what happens. Possible here, we're going to see a change in the order, which will affect how they do their third lift strategy as well.
Controller is holding him back, Bazayev. And Bazayev from Ukraine is holding Kazakhstan back. And they had a misload, we're going to check that out.
All right. Bar is loaded.
Kazakhstan.
And Karimzan Sadikov from Kazakhstan. And he pulls it, and the referees say, yes, it's a good lift. Okay. Now, let's see. That total means that Sadikov moved ahead of Tapia into third place at the subtotal right now, which they are 7.5 kilos apart. So their third attempt number is going to dictate what the result is going to be. All right, now we jump up to Shogo Kono for junior 59 kilo, 202 and a half, 404, 446.4 on the bar.
And his second attempt is good.
And that was a good lift.
Throws the bar for Tamura.
Now, Tamura is comfortably sitting in the lead.
This is a world sub-junior record in total.
And we are now going to see a world record total. Tamura is going to, he's comfortably in the lead, but he's going to make a name for himself by going after a world record in the total. This would be a 635 kilo total, world record total, 220 kilo. And the technical controller goes over and takes the chair. We have to have 3 category 2 or category 1 lifters or referees on the platform. So we changed out referee there. The other category, the other referee there, the lady, she's testing for category 2. And Yo Tamura. And that looks good. Little stall there in the middle, but it's a good lift, good lift. We now have a world record total. Yo Tamura. Okay, comfortably in the lead in the sub-junior deadlift. Took a 10 kilo jump from his first to his second. Set a world record. What's his strategy going to be for his third one? Another world record deadlift, probably, or total record, I mean. Okay, Kevin Vila from Ecuador, 227 and a half, 501 is your next lifter. Been lifting for 4 years. And just over 500.
501 pounds.
Just over 500 pounds. Currently sitting in 5th spot. Oh, nice, pretty looking lift. Pretty looking lift. Very, very good. Good lift. All right, now we'll go up to 235 kilos for Yusuke Sataki from Japan. 518 pounds, 235 kilos. Currently sitting in 3rd place overall.
Bars loaded. Everybody's intently watching even part. Sultani.
Comfortably in 3rd place. Good lead over 4th place. Ooh.
All right, he'll be back.
Wow. Lost his grip right off the floor. Huh. That was unexpected. Logan Grimm is your next lifter, 237.5, 523.6 pounds for Logan. Logan currently sitting in 4th place. Yusuke Sataki is right in front of him, but Yusuke is about 18 kilos ahead. If Yusuke misses this again, theoretically Logan could make a big enough jump to where he could go after Sataki, but he's got a lot to catch up. He's going to have to catch up about half of it right here, just with this lift alone. And he's moving up 5 kilos over his first attempt. All right, Logan. Logan is also using a hook grip. Downward movement there. He's not going to get that lift.
Right, that was
Yep.
up and down on the bar.
Other
colors, I don't know. But, some up and down on the bar, possibly.
Up and down on the bar and not standing erect.
Shoulders back with a lockout. So it's a blue and a red.
You can actually, as a referee, okay, Mark Garcia is going after a world sub-junior record, 237.5 kilos. That 524 pounds. Swaps out the referee for Mark Garcia. Mark's going after the world record as a sub-junior, 237.5. This was the deadlift world record. Deadlift world record that Mark is going after. Now, this represents a 17.5 kilo jump over his opening deadlift attempt. 17.5 kilo jump, about 35-pound jump. Big jump, big jump.
USA is going to pull another strategy here.
Uh-oh. Maybe Mark is going to time out.
He's in the silver medal
Okay,
position, Mr.
Mark is sitting in the silver medal position.
Looks like
He's going to save his energy, so he's going to time out here, save his energy for his final lift, and still go after the deadlift world record. But instead of trying to waste it now, he's quite a ways down on first place behind Tamura. So save the energy, go after the world record on the deadlift, get the deadlift gold medal, let Tamura, not let, but Tamura will win. Okay, here comes Allenbeck, 252.5, 556.7 pounds for Allenbeck. Allenbeck and Lynn are only 10 kilos apart right now. Depending on what happens on these next two lifts, this is going to see who is going to be going into the final lift in the lead right now, and Allenbeck is the heavier lifter, so he has to pull heavier than Lin, Yuchun Lin. Oh, pretty looking lift. Very, very good looking lift. All right, now a little bit more pressure on Yi Chun Lin. He's also going to take the same weight, 252.5. Something we haven't seen. Oh, this is going to be another world record total attempt. Not in the deadlift, but just in the total. So we swap out referees again.
252.5.
World record total attempt. Set it on his opening attempt.
4.4 times his body weight. He may take a run at Dalton. 4.4 times his body weight. World record in total attempt.
Okay. If I recall, I think he had reverse grip. Oh, wow. That was easy. That was very, very easy. Good luck. Okay, so that means world record in the total. All right, now they're sitting there at, wow. Now, Lynn is sitting with a current total of 690. Allenbeck with a total of 680. Allenbeck has already put in for a world record deadlift on his third, which would put him into first place. Lynn hasn't put in his number right yet that we can see. He's put it in, but they haven't put it up on the screen yet for us. And this is going to, they are allowed 2 changes once they put in their number. So they put in a number based on their strategy, what they think they can pull or what they think the other lifter cannot pull. So it's kind of a guessing game on both directions. Bar is loaded for Brian Tapia from Puerto Rico at 170. He missed this on his second attempt. Strong. Come on. Get it moving, get it moving. Hips through, hips through. Nope. This is the same place he stalled last time. Good attempts. Good attempts.
Almost got that, Puerto Rico. A valiant effort. Way to go, Puerto Rico.
All right, now we take the bar to 180 kilos for Shunto Tsuchiya from Japan. 396 pounds for Shunto Tsuchiya. Currently sitting in the 5th position, and that does not look like it's going to change. He cannot overtake Brian Tapia, who just lifted. And Sadikov is going to look like takes the 3rd place. And then Garcia and Tamura, one of the 2 of them will be in 1st, and the other one will be in 2nd. Okay, Shunto Tsuchiya, 396.8 pounds. No. Lost his grip. And if he'd have maintained his grip, there was a good chance he could have finished that lift. However, you'll notice that the bar was being supported on his right thigh. So even if he had not lost his grip, it probably would have been a no lift anyway. Karamzan Sadikov, 200 kilos, sitting in the 3rd place position here. And this will assure him of the bronze medal in the deadlift, and bronze medal in the overall total. And that's a no lift. But he is still credited with the bronze on both deadlift and overall. All right, now we're going to go to Shogo Kono from Japan, 210 kilos, 463 pounds.
Bars loaded, Shogo Kono.
Shogo Kono, 463 pounds. That's a no lift. No lift for Shogo. Okay, now we will go to 222.5 for. This is going to be another world record total. Now, remember, he set the world record total in both the first and his second attempts on the deadlift here. So he's going after setting it again. World record total for the sub-junior 59 kilo lifter, Yo Tamura.
Bars loaded.
Okay, bars loaded. got nice technique. Bar right up against the shins. Stayed there. Hips through. Yeah.
He already has the world record in total. Give him a big round of applause.
That would have given him one more shot at the world record, but he still already had it. So he walks away with the world record in the total. All right. We'll see whether or not Mark Garcia has enough to be able to catch him in the deadlift and pull into the gold position. We got a couple, 3 more lifters in front of Mark Garcia. Mark Garcia's got a chance to pull for the gold here in the deadlift. Gold medal in the deadlift and gold medal in the total. Not a world record total. Well, yes, it would be. Yes, it would be. All right. Okay, Yusuke Satake from Japan, 235 kilos, 518 pounds. Currently sitting in 3rd position, bronze medalist right here. This will be for the solidify his bronze medal position for Yusuke Satake from Japan. Oh.
All right, give Yusuke a round
Wow.
of applause also.
And did not pull that.
Bronze medal position.
Oh,
Bronze
let's
medal.
see. Okay. Kevin Vila from Ecuador is coming up at 235 kilos also.
The bar.
Kevin is sitting in 5th position.
35, coached by Marcos Santos.
He'll be followed by Logan Grimm, it looks like. Oh, no lift either. Okay. Kevin Vila is your 5th place person. Logan Grimm is going to be doing 237.5. Sitting in 4th position. Doesn't look like he's going to make a run for Satake. He would have had to jump another 18 kilos. Being realistic here. Logan wants this 4th position, but doesn't want to lose it to drop down into 5th either. So 523.6 pounds for Logan Grimm. Hook grip. And nice looking lift. And the referees say yes. Yes, good looking lift. Advantage of a hook grip is that it keeps the bar closer to your shins, and it also technically might be another ½ inch or quarter inch shorter deadlift stroke. All right, Mark Garcia is going after a world record deadlift attempt, at which will jump him up into, if he makes this, it will give him a tie for body weight. He'll tie Tamura, but he is lighter in body weight by about 0.7 kilos. So not only is this a world record deadlift attempt, but it is also for the gold medal by body weight. By body weight here, he will win the gold medal if he makes this deadlift attempt. World record deadlift and gold medal on the line here for Mark Garcia, 59 kilo sub-junior lifter from the USA. Mark Garcia, 544 pounds on the bar. and he gets it moving, and he gets his hip, and he locks it out. And that is going to be a good lift. Gold medal and world record deadlift. World record deadlift total 635 kilos, and he takes the gold medal by body weight. He is 0.69 kilos lighter than Tamura and 1 on body weight. Okay, now we're going for another world record for Yi Chun Lin. World record deadlift, 363 pounds. And he is currently, this is a world record attempt too, 363. They got chips on the bar out there. 362.5 would be the normal load, but they put a quarter-kilo chip. So he's chipped the world record, going for the world record deadlift. He's currently sitting there in the lead at current total, waiting on what Allenbeck will do here. These two are still going head-to-head, Yi Chun Lin from Chinese Taipei, world record deadlift, 580, and he locks it out! And that is a world record total for the deadlift. Good lift. Now, after that, Lin had a total of 700.5. Allenbeck is going to try 273.5, 603 pounds, which will put his total 1/2 of a kilo ahead of Yi Chun Lin. Now, he has to do this. He cannot tie because he is the heavier lifter. So he has to go enough to go over Yi Chun Lin, who's totaled out at 700.5. So Allenbeck is taking a jump of 21 kilos for his third deadlift attempt. Not only to go for the gold medal, but also deadlift world record. Deadlift world record and gold medal attempt by Akzol Allenbeck Ulu from Kyrgyzstan. 603 pounds and no lift. So, Yi Chun Lin becomes your winner at the Junior 59. Allenbeck comes in second. Mark Garcia is your winner in the sub-juniors with Tamura in second. Thank you all. And, we have the medals ceremony coming up next.
If we can, yeah.
Better believe it. You gotta step up big too. Jump up.
Oh, we doing two? Yeah. Might as well.
Put it right here. No. Yeah.
Here we go. All right, here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we could have all of our lifters that lifted in the first session, Bazayev, please escort our lifters out onto the platform. And audience, give them a big round of applause as they all get escorted out onto the platform. Come on, keep going. They're not all out yet. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Featherson. Perfect. Okay. Handing out the medals for our first session, ladies and gentlemen. Two distinguished individuals over here on the left side of the stage. First, we have Violeta Kudrytich from Belarus. Give her a round of applause. And then we have the Vice President of the International Powerlifting Federation. He came here all the way from Iceland. A big round of applause for Sigurd Pettersson. And the meet director would like to thank all of the lifters for all coming out in their country's track uniforms, tops and bottoms. Give them one more round of applause. Each lifter receives, Robert, a participant. Each lifter receives a participation medal because each lifter that gets invited to the World's Championship is already a winner. Give them one more round of applause as the two give them each a participation medal. All right, here we go. We are now ready to announce our winners, Sasha. 3 new TVs, Robert. All right, in the 53 kilo sub-junior category, we're going to start with the squat. The bronze medal hailing from the United States of America, Cordarius Harris. And the silver medal hailing from Russia, Ilya Marichev. And the gold medal winner hailing from Japan, Ryo Matsuzaki. let's get some photos. Singer, you can, Singer, you line up on one side, and you on the other, yes. Thank you, you may step back. Let's move on to the bench press now. Bronze medal winner hailing from Russia, come on back, Ilya Malichev. Silver medal from Ukraine, Rostislav Kinishuk. And the gold medal winner hailing from the United States of America, Cordarius Harris. Photos, line up, Singer. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Let's move on to the deadlift now. Bronze medal position, Japan, Ryo Matsuzaki. Silver medal, Russia, Ilya Marichev. And the gold medal winner, United States of America, Cordarius Harris. Photos. Singer. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Let's move on to the total category. Bronze medal position from Japan, Ryo Matsuzaki. Silver medal hailing from Russia, Ilya Malichev. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal winner, hailing from the United States of America, Cordarius Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, would you all please stand for the national anthem of the United States of America. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now.
Can you all be together? Yeah. For fun? Stand on top. Okay. Just for a nice photo. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. You may step down now. Let's move on to our next category. 53 kilo weight class junior category. Squat, bronze medal, United States of America, Trey Chapman! Silver medal, hailing from Russia, Georgy Klimenko. And the gold medal winner, hailing from the United States of America, Dalton LaCombe. Photos. Seeger, right up. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Bench press category. Bronze medal winner, hailing from the United States of America, Dalton LaCombe. Silver medal, United States of America, Trey Chapman. And the gold medal winner, ladies and gentlemen, hailing from Russia, Georgy Klimenko. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Deadlift category. Bronze medal, Japan, Arai Kazuma. Silver medal, USA, Trey Chapman. Gold medal winner, USA, Dalton LaCombe. Photos. Photos figure. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Next category, total. Hailing from Russia, bronze medal winner, Georgy Klimenko. And the silver medal winner on body weight from the United States of America, Trey Chapman. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal winner, also hailing from the United States of America, a big round of applause for Dalton LaCombe. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would all please stand for the national anthem of the United States of America. Big round of applause for our 3 winners. Next category. $59-kilo weight class of junior category. Bronze squat, bronze medal, Puerto Rico, Brian Tapia. Silver medal, Yo Tamura. And the gold medal winner from the United States of America, Mark Garcia. Photos.
There you go, baby. Taking it home.
Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Bench press. Bronze medal position, Puerto Rico. Come on back, Brian Tapia. Silver medal, Mark Garcia. Gold medal, Japan, Yo Tamura. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. All right, deadlift now. Bronze medal, Kazakhstan, Karimzan Sadyakov. Silver medal, Japan, Yo Tamura. And the gold medal winner from the United States of America, Mark Garcia. Photos, Singer. How many times do I have to tell him? I'm just kidding. Photos. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Let's go to our total category. Bronze medal winner, hailing from Kazakhstan, Karimzan Sadyakov. Silver medal hailing from Japan, Yo Tamura. And look at the score up there with a gold medal win on body weight. A big round of applause from the United States of America, Mark Garcia. Please stand for the national anthem of the United States of America. One more round of applause. Get together for some photos, fellas. Get up there. Everybody get up. Let's get some photos. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Let's go to our next category. 59 kilo weight class, junior category, the squat. Bronze medal, United States of America, Logan Grimm. Silver medal, Kyrgyzstan, Axel Allenbeck Ulu. And the gold medal winner, Chinese Taipei, Yi Chun Lin. Photos. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Bench press, bronze medal. Hailing from Japan, Yusuke Sataki. Silver medal, Kyrgyzstan, Axel Allenbeck Ulu. And the gold medal winner, Chinese Taipei, Yi Chun Lin. Photos. Deadlift now. Bronze medal, United States of America, Logan Grimm. Silver medal, Kyrgyzstan, Axel Allenbeck Ulu. Gold medal winner, Chinese Taipei, Yi Chun Lin. Photos. Thank you, gentlemen. Total category, bronze medal hailing from Japan, Yusuke Sataki. Silver medal, Kyrgyzstan, Axel Allenbeck Ulu. And the gold medal winner with a 700.5 total from Chinese Taipei, Yi Chun Lin. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for Chinese Taipei's national anthem. Big round of applause to these three fine gentlemen. Get together for a photo. Photo. you. One more. All right, there you go. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. And Bazayev will escort them around the front of the platform. And as all of our athletes leave the platform, give them a big round of applause. Go ahead, Mike. Let them roll, Bazayev. Come on, let me hear you, all of our winners from all over the world, here at the Sub-Junior Junior Worlds Championship hosted by Dr.